angry Aussie. 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 Angry Aussie. Aussie. Angry.
Well, hey, made it to the end of another week. Friday night, party night. Is it Shieldsy? May the force be with you. Yes, you can't take the sky from me. And howdy, Annette and Raiders. Hello. See, I got a little bowl of zucchini chips that Mrs. Angry made. Really yummy. Dried out in the oven and very crispy. I haven't got a haircut. I just brushed my hair differently, Chris. It is the same length. I've not yet had a haircut. Quitter on Twitch. Hello. Yeah, enjoying some zucchini chips. They're actually really yummy. I'm going to make a drink because it's Friday. Warm-up drink. It's an interesting one. A gin drink with just a few flavors. Gin, a tablespoon of lemon juice, 2 teaspoons of raspberry syrup, 2 teaspoons of maraschino liqueur, 1 teaspoon of simple syrup. It's called Leave It to Me. Yeah. Raiders, you've been cooking 500 grams of pork ribs. You're going to make a satay pizza. Are the two connected? Chris, you're in your trucking game driving up to Portland. Nice. All these gin drinks. An ephemeral. Gin, vermouth, just a little bit of elderflower and dashes of bitters. Gabi de Lis. Gin, orge, absinthe. A Sleepy Hollow. Gin, lemon juice, apricot liqueur. Simple syrup and sprig of mint. The last word, that's a bit of a classic. Gin, lime juice, green chartreuse, maraschino. The hanky-panky, gin, vermouth, and Fernet Branca. Creole Contentment, brandy, Madeira, maraschino. Oh, sorry, Raiders, you're getting a delivery. So the pork ribs don't go on the satay pizza. I see. Hotel National, rum, lime, pineapple, apricot. Rum, lime, apricot, simple syrup. Blood and Sand, Scotch whiskey, orange juice, vermouth, and cherry herring. Diamondback, rye, applejack, chartreuse. Make that. Drinks of the gods, stuff made by monks. Champs-Élysées is a bizarre street. Brandy, chartreuse, lemon juice, simple syrup, and bitters. Pigo, rum, lime juice, chartreuse, white creme de cacao, and some pineapple. I don't have any pineapple. All these fabulous drinks. Applejack and Calvados, a syncopation, brandy, Calvados, Cointreau. Actually, I want to make a drink with my orange or my Mando, which is from Applewood, and I think they have recipes on their website. Let me have a look. Recipes. Monterey Gin, the Blossom, the Macolada. Actually, what's in a Macolada? macadamia gin, grapefruit juice, which I don't have, lime juice, which I do have, honey syrup, which I don't have, coconut cream. I change that for pineapple juice, I guess. Well, that's not quite what I was after anyway. Muntree, the Martinez, finger lime, apple sour. What's in an apple sour? Gin, apple juice, syrup, Wonderfoam. Corpse Reviver, Satin, the Bramble, the French 75, Gimlet, the Kuma, Coral Gin Fizz. It's in a Kuma. Gin and Sherry and Okar Gold. Honestly, that sounds pretty good. But I was looking for something Army, Navy. Shop. Looking at the shop. Outback Liqueur. Mando. Is there a recipe on the Mando page? Unico Mando. Wine and soda. Psst, no, I'll just get a bloody thingy. Yes, Quitter. Happy birthday to Leonard Nimoy. It is Leonard Nimoy's birthday today. AKA Mr. Spock from Star Trek. Raiders, the Pulp Fiction is quite good. The video's going live tonight, like now, but it was quite good. Very light and refreshing. Okay, this party started. We want to get a cocktail. World whiskey cocktails to try right now. I like whiskey, and I'm in the world. A High Tide, Collins style. No, I don't really want that. A Toronto. Rye and Fernet Branca. A Washington Apple. An apple liqueur. I do like apple liqueur with whiskey. Whiskey, oh Christ, sour apple schnapps, gross, but I've got a much better apple liqueur. Equal parts, and cranberry juice, a whole ounce of cranberry juice. I might make that, actually, but with Australian whiskey and apple liqueur rather than apple schnapps. Well, actually, Abigail, speaking of Star Trek, next Friday is First Contact. No, next month, not this Monday coming, but the Monday after is First Contact Day. So I've got to decide on a Star Trek themed cocktail to make. And most of the stuff online's boring as shit. So I just want a name and a theme and come up with a Star Trek cocktail. Sorry, these zucchini chips are just really good. All right. I'm going to make a cocktail. A Washington. Oh, wow. What are the other ones I get? Japanese sour. Nail in the Coffin. Whiskey, Madeira wine, Liquor 43, and Fernet Branca. Yeah. Let me look at that. Nail in the Coffin. 1.5 ounces of whiskey. Madeira. I don't have Madeira. I do have sherry, which I could maybe substitute. Liquor 43 and Fernet Branca. I could make that. A Burgundy, named after Ron Burgundy. Whiskey and ginger ale, yeah. Highball, no. China, I don't have. A local old fashioned. Hannibal, a Canadian Manhattan. All right. So I reckon I'm going to make a nail in the coffin, which seems a bit riskier. Whiskey and sherry and liquor 43 and Fernet Branca, or a Washington apple's just going to be good. I'm going to be a wuss and make a Washington apple. Abigail, for first contact day, something Vulcan themed. Spiced rum or gin, red or yellow in color. Nice. What's that actually called? The Vulcan Salute. Is it called the Vulcan Salute? What's that? Mixed with something distinctly human like a scotch. Nice. Nobody. Hello. How are you, sir? I'm going to make a drink and think about it. With my shaker. Get some ice. Right, well, I think I'll call the drink the Vulcan Salute, because that was the important thing that happened at the end of the First Contact movie. They met the Vulcan. Fuck is that? Sorry, there's a bad noise. Oh. It's a slow cooker. I just got freaked out by a noise, and it was a slow cooker. But, it's that hissy sort of noise, sort of thing you have to check out. Whiskey, I think I'll use my Fortis. And I'll use apple liqueur. And I think I got some cranberry in the fridge. Cranberry. All right here. How do they suggest serving this? I'm just going to check. Served up. Okay. I'll just chill a glass for a minute. Put this in the freezer while I get ready. All right. Stay. All right. All right. Tenet Vulcan Society, IDIC, infinite diversity, infinite combinations, which would make sense to combine stuff in drink. So, So gin and making it yellow. I could put Okar Gold in. I could, maybe the coral gin I have, which is light pink, Okar Gold, and some whiskey. I should be testing. Yeah, I'm going to test this drink next week. Or maybe even tonight. I'll make this one now, though, because I didn't get my jig up. Bloody hell. It's really tasty. Let's get my jig up, yeah. Abigail, I wish I could make the pain go away. Because chronic pain sucks horse. Okay, so red and yellow are the primary colors of the Vulcan landscape. Well, we need to do some experimentation, but I'm thinking gin and ochre gold. Right. Chartreuse daisy. Gin, yellow chartreuse, that's the one. Yeah, okay. Lemon juice and sweet. I wanted to check, I think maybe a float of whiskey. And I have that really smoky one. So people who don't have access to that is like, a smoky. Yeah. I think that would be a good one. What's it in Alaska? Gin, yellow, chartreuse. All right. So I think I'll make it a gin, ochre gold, lemon juice, agave nectar, sugar syrup. How about sugar syrup? And then a float of smoky whiskey on top. Abigail, more upbeat news. Bought a new dress online. Fits really well. Plus it has little velociraptors on it. That is very nice. And hello, Megaleech, by the way. Van Fleet on Twitch. Hello to you. Thank you. Glad you like the tie. It's Leonard Nimoy's birthday. So we're doing that. What was I doing? The Washington apple. This is equal parts. I don't know. Equal parts cocktails are a bit boring. Might put a little extra whiskey in. Just to treat myself. Treat yourself. Put some apple liqueur in. And cranberry. I haven't put cranberry in a drink for a long time. Just make sure it's not off. Very scientific, briefly sniffing it to tell if it's off. That's pure science right there. Right, I also need my strainer. I'm going to be shaking this. My strainer is just here. All right. Okay. Put that on there. And we're ready to rock and roll. Oh, yes. Oh, okay. So if you do, yeah, okay, Angry Bunch so we can see the dress. Nice. Okay, that's getting too cold to hold, so I think that's chilled enough. Get my glass that I chilled. There we go. I'm a fucking professional. Chilling my glass like a professional. Right. Let's... condensation and then froze It's stuck to my napkin. Right. Ooh. It's up here out of the way. All right. So this is a bit of a variation on a Washington apple. It's a Melbourne apple. It's quite nice. That is really quite nice. Abigail, you went to a gathering of volunteers for Adam Band's campaign. Adam was the only person who noticed the velociraptors. Nice. And Hellion, hello to you, Kirsten, from all the rat bags and rapscallions. Nice. Nobody. I'm getting glass from the freezer. You're getting your beers from the freezer. Excellent. I've also got zucchini chips. Oh, really nice. What a treat. So, into another week. Chris, you're at Washington Apple. This one's for you, buddy. Although the original recipe said to use Canadian whiskey, which I don't have, but I used Australian whiskey. Also said to use sour apple schnapps. Ooh, gross. So I used a really nice apple liqueur I have. Now, I did use cranberry. So there you go. Missed you too, Kirsten. How's everything going in your world? Actually, no, that is really quite good. Quite glad I kicked off with that one. One and a half shots of my strong whiskey. Not that strong. It's 50%, 100 proof. But it's called Fortis, which means strong or strength. Oh my God, I still got a few zucchini chips. Getting through them, though. They're very yummy. Go really well with a cold drink. So what on earth has been happening in this big wide world? Federal Liberal Party is still being a complete shit show. Will it hurt them at the ballot box? Who knows? Oh, yeah. One person tested positive in Brisbane, confirmed to be the UK variant of COVID. Because they wandered around Brisbane for a week when they were probably positive. Now everyone's on alert, so they probably want many people to get tested over the next couple of days. God, the Liberal Party is just full of fucking garbage people, honestly. Then the latest, one of the piece of shit MPs from Queensland, Andrew Lemming, has just been abusing people. It's like, yeah, that's a really responsible member of fucking parliament. Oh, yeah, New South Wales is still flooding. That's great. Oh, I think we officially passed the easing of COVID restrictions in Melbourne at 6. So there's like hardly any restrictions now. Kirsten, you introduced someone new to Mac this week. You should be proud of yourself. Mac is absolutely awesome. Yep, nobody. Good thing you've been straight out of Brisbane. Yes, that's a good point, Abigail. The Libs only won by 2 seats and by a small margin. I did see someone in a anti-LNP group on Facebook posted this Labor meme like, ooh, a 2% swing against Scummo. That's all that's required to win. And I just replied, yeah, Labor, the champions of low expectations. Because nothing in it was a positive message. Nothing is, Labor deserve to win government because this, because that. Labor are going to do this, they're doing that. They are still sticking to their gutless strategy that backfired so disastrously at the last election of just sit back, say nothing, and I'm not that guy. I just fucking wish they would stand for something. Kirsten, you went to the Fever Tree Gin and Tonic Festival. Nice. Had fun, but had to do spreadsheets with a hangover today. So you're having an AFD tonight. Alcohol-free day. That's fair. It took me a little while to work out AFD. Oh, yeah. Nobody. Those New South Wales floods are pretty fucking bad. And yes, Abigail, Labor need to win back 6 to 8 seats to have a majority. But they only need to win 2 to keep LNP out and maybe form a coalition, which would be interesting. Labor are just so uninspiring. I mean, I unequivocally recommend if people are going, I don't know whether to vote Labor or Liberal, vote Labor for fuck's sake. I don't know who'd be a better government, the Liberals or Labor. Labor would be far better. It's just in public, they do so little to inspire people. And yes, nobody, excellent tactic. Email Albo and say, take more of a stand. It's just like they're trying to avoid notice. And was that guy at the Winter Olympics who was the only one who didn't fall over? Stephen, what's his name? That's like Labor's strategy. Oh, maybe if we stand back, the Liberal Party will just fall over and then we can win because they fell over. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Stephen Bradbury. Thanks, Kirsten. Oh, there you go. Nobody, you got a generic reply. Thank you for your support. Yes. Glee, Labor in the past has been inspirational. They just haven't been since Gillard was Prime Minister. Like once they fell into opposition, I don't know. They've just been so disappointing. Oh, well. So, does anyone, I guess it's Friday night, does anyone want to do Angry Bunch? Because I'll post the link. So if anyone wants to join, that is the link for joining. Oh, it's actually a really good choice for a first drink. Very nice. Nobody, Labor absolutely scared of Murdoch. Because the one thing Shorten did stood up to Murdoch, and it appeared to have backfired. We don't have to do Angry Bunch now. We can do it later. I want to make a video when I finish this. This is my warm-up cocktail. Because I've got to get this. This one involves milk clarification, which I'm going to have to come back to much later. So I need to shoot the first bit of it, of actually making the thing that's milk clarified. But here's Chris. Oh, can't see you, Chris.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Don't want to be on camera tonight?
Oh, no, my camera's not working tonight.
Oh, fair enough. We can just talk. That's fine.
Yeah, it's not plugged in. But the microphone's always here.
That's good.
Never leaves.
Oh, man. Okay, now I'm getting through my zucchini chips. They're just too yummy. I can't stop eating them.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's fine.
That sounds
And
like
Shieldsy. Hey, Shieldsy.
Oh, hi, Shieldsy. How you doing, Shieldsy? You doing good down there on the old island?
Your mic's not on, Shieldsy.
Your mic's
Yeah.
on, Shieldsy.
Well, he's trying to work out why isn't the mic working.
Why isn't the mic?
Oh, that's all right.
Ooh, my new audio board is coming.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
Well, there you are.
No, because I changed my motherboard. Settings are gone. Hey,
Oh, you got all the settings.
I keep forgetting about stuff like that.
That's fair.
Yeah, that'll do it to you.
Because I now have a working onboard audio. It thinks, everything microphone goes through the computer audio now.
Right.
No.
That's fair enough. What's been happening in your world, Chris?
My world. Oh God. Well, tomorrow I'm taking my new car in for a service checkup, and
Yep.
that's about it.
Okay.
I'm
No
excited.
lot. That's fair.
Got a dash cam all set up. I got a little video hooked up, and I'm gonna start making dash cam videos for your YouTube channel.
Yeah, nice. Nice.
Be driving around a lot, so might as well start filming it.
Yeah. Why not indeed?
And also for insurance information in case I get ran into.
That's fair.
So, yep. Bought Mom a GPS because she gets lost all the time, and the car doesn't have built-in navigation. So I literally bought her a little Garmin, and I'm like, now you can't get lost. The new car has 200 miles of range, more than that. So if she gets lost, she could be halfway to Canada.
Yeah. Okay. That's wild.
Let me do the conversion to the real world. I'm sorry about that. Let me do a goal.
Talking in freedom units.
No, freedom units. I'm like a pain in the ass. Miles per kilometer. That's 320 kilometers.
Okay, that's a fair drive.
Yep. So over that, usually I get about 220 or about 360 or so is what I get before I gotta pull over and scream for help. By that, just go plug it in. It's not that.
Yeah.
People
Just
make it
find a plug. Oh, good. So I'm making a really complicated drink tonight.
Ooh.
Based on this recipe I found, they call it a lemon bar clarified milk punch. So all the preparation, it's going to be a milk clarified thing, but I flavored the milk with some type of biscuits. One called a Dutch treat called a stroopwafel or syrup waffle. It's this waffly type biscuit, and it's got caramel sauce in it. So basically crushed that up and soaked it in milk for about a day. So I've got all this caramelly milk. And there's that. The other bit I had to do was the preparation for an oleosaccharum, which is this. It's lemon peel, and I crushed in some cinnamon stick and vanilla pod, and then covered it with icing sugar, or in American terms, I think that's called powder sugar or confectioner's sugar.
Yeah.
And then I add my drink's going to have a few different sorts of rum in it, and lemon juice, and
this a meal or a drink?
It is a drink, and I'm going to put it all in there, and then mix it, and then strain this out, and then add it to the milk, which will curdle, and then you let it sit for a while, and then you strain that, and the curds clarify it, and you end up with this lovely clear drink that is probably going to taste fucking awesome. But it's a big experiment, and it's a lot. I started the prep for this yesterday to have these things ready. This takes 24 hours, and the milk I had sort of absorbing the biscuits for 24 hours. Now I'm going to do it. It's also hello, Thane, and Choking on Ashes too, by the way. Yes, Thane, may the force be with you. And also with you. That's always a thing. Growing up Catholic, when "May the Force be with you" became a thing, my impulse was always to say and also with you. But that's what 10 years of Catholic school will do to you.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. No, the other day, I finished my isolation period, so I didn't get sick. So that's good news.
Okay, that is very good.
I was wearing an N95 mask. Now you know why I always wear those masks.
Yes, yeah. Oh my god, I was chatting with some other blokes who do cocktails on YouTube. We have a Discord where we share tips and just hang out and stuff. And this one guy, poor bastard, he's a bartender in Miami, which like spring break is happening there.
Yes.
Thousands and thousands of people who refuse to do even the most basic precautions. He said of their starting bar staff, they had 5 bartenders. Since spring break started, 3 of them have tested positive for COVID because they're just dealing with hundreds, if not thousands of people a shift. And it's just ridiculous.
That's the thing. That's the United
Actually-
States for you. That's Florida.
Actually, there's a good one about an anti-mask person. They've been banned for life from any Disneyland park around the world for
Excellent.
not
So they
wearing a
should be.
mask.
Fantastic.
So they should be.
Yeah.
I was choking on Ashes asking me if I cook. Yeah, I do. Not at the moment much because I'm mainly doing meal replacements. Like, gonna lose this COVID weight, and then once I do that, gonna lose the other 30 kilograms I put on in the last 10 years. So you can see my path on the 15 years I've been on YouTube. My weight went up like 30 kilograms, and it's just like, okay, that's enough's enough, fella.
And now it'll start going back down. You can follow the whole journey,
Yeah, which will hopefully be over the next 6 months. So
fingers crossed. We can all hope.
And also, you're going a lot more grayer in that time.
Oh yeah. Well, I was probably this grey for years, but I was always colouring my hair.
Yeah.
And I haven't coloured my hair or had a haircut since.
I got to laugh. Corey did the same. He just let his hair go, and he's now white.
He's grey. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
Abigail.
long time.
Just answering Abigail. The Catholic thing is there's a bit in the church service where we offer each other the sign of peace, and the way you do it, go to shake hands, and the first person says, "Peace be with you," and you respond, "And also with you." So when "May the Force be with you" came out, I always had the impulse to say, "And also with you."
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I
think it works. I think it works.
Yeah. Anyway, so the day after I finished my isolation, I picked up my friend who works at a silicone manufacturing plant, and he works in a clean room. So obviously, he's never going to be sick. He works in a clean room by himself. But anyway, for 12 hours a day. Jesus.
Oh, God.
But anyway, him and my girlfriend were talking about drinks. They're talking about mixed drinks because they drink. And my buddy was saying that he liked White Russians. And I thought I would tell you that because it's related to you.
Nice.
You're the drink master. I was like, these guys need to come on the podcast with me, or the thing here, the stream with me. They can talk to you about all the fancy drinks and get all educated in how to make their own. Because my girlfriend, she has all this alcohol. She doesn't know how to make anything.
Nice. I'm just looking at a thing for the history of Clarified milk punch, because it dates back to at least the early 1600s, because there's actually a written record of a recipe from sort of mid 1600s, and if there's a written record from back then, it probably existed for a very long time before we got this written record. So people have been doing this milk clarification since the 1600s.
And that was
probably because the product they had was shit back then.
Yeah, because like milk and water both weren't very good. So people just drink alcohol all the time because that was safer than water.
Yeah, and the alcohols, like notably really common, was you would have rum and brandy, and they were both a bit rough compared to what we get in bottles today. But the milk clarification process smooths out the taste, so all the harsh edges are gone. And so, people worked out they could make, and also, so you can make it with really strong flavors. So they'd make these punches with, a shit ton of probably really cheap brandy, really cheap rum, and they chuck cloves in and whatever sort of spices and tea and brew that all up and then add it to milk and then like strain it through a cheesecloth or something and get this really nice drink in the end.
Wow.
Oh, I see Glee and Choking on Ashes talking about would mead be older. I think mead is much older. We're on the internet though. When was mead invented? Jesus, the 7th century. So okay. So mead's about a millennium older than milk punch. So
there you go.
About 1,000 years.
Just a millennium. Just a millennium. No worries.
Yeah. Mead's like a fancy beer, basically, and people have been making stuff from fermented grains since Egyptian times. So, mead's just fancy beer, really. It's got a honey base. It's like people have been thinking of ways to get fucked up for thousands of years.
Long time. I was speaking of fucking something up. My buddy, he was joking around about how like he always goes to these places to get his White Russians that he likes, and every time he goes and orders one, they never get it right. He's only gotten it right at like 2 places.
Oh.
So I don't know what it is about that drink, but he can never find anywhere else except the places he goes to in around Portland here. Only about 2 places he's been to. And Portland's, a big city, the second life outside of Las Vegas. Really, it's a very party hard city. And she'll just a phone call. And so I think it's funny that, in a city with such a big nightlife, he can't find anyone to make his drink right.
Yeah. I just remember me saying I soaked the biscuits in milk. Then I put it in a nut milk bag and squished it to squeeze all the milk out. So I don't think I want to eat it, but it's basically a lump of pulpy, used to be biscuit or cookie in there.
You are going to enjoy that drink tonight. I guarantee it.
So it's like cookie mud. I think that's what I call it. That's.
I'm probably cookie mud, kid.
I might put that out for the birds to eat. I think they'd like that. All right. So, right. It's so cool because I put a vanilla pod in here and split it, and I can see all the little vanilla seeds in there. So it's going to have a really good vanilla flavor having permeated in here too. All right, but I have to decide exactly what I'm going to put in. It says to use a couple sorts of rum.
I shall return.
Liquor 43 and an Amaro. So I reckon I will. Okay, so I don't need these two. I'm going to put these two back. My warm-up drink, because I need a warm-up drink before I make an actual drink. So I'll put these two back. All right, in you go. That goes there. All right, so I think I'll use this aged Bundy, the overproof inner circle, and my Batavia Arak. Right, 3 different sorts of rum. Yo ho ho. What else was I supposed to use? Liquor 43, which I think I put down there. Where did I put the Liquor 43? Damn, I hate it when I move something, then I can never find it. All right.
You need one of those rotating things, what just rotate around with all your things on.
A lazy Susan. Yeah.
No. The things where you see them in closets, things where they rotate around like this.
Oh, an electronic one.
Yeah.
A motorized one. There's my Liquor 43. All right. Alrighty.
Then just have a program where you just press a button and it automatically comes up with what you want.
Yep. No. Oh, yeah. No, that's like, all the automated things you see in Japan. It feels like everything's behind a wall, and there's a thing saying what number which bottle is, and I just press send me number 43, and you hear, and then bottle number 43 comes out. That's all right. Yes, Glee. Dom Benedictine is also a monk drink. Mead was a monk drink. And chartreuse is another monk drink that I have. There's a few others. I think monks just had a lot of time to sit around and get fucking pissed. Monks invented champagne, actually. So that's the thing. Annette, putting a little bit of liquor 43 in my milk punch.
I think monks were always a undercover alcohol ring.
Oh yeah, well they were just keeping them themselves. They're like, damn dude, what are we gonna do?
Everything to do with alcohol, something to do with monks.
Oh, absolutely. They just had a bunch of time, I reckon. They were just like, yeah, what do we do, brother? Make some booze? Yeah, fuck it, why not? Yeah, let's do that. All right, so I am going to do this where I'm just going to unceremoniously put all these different boozes in here and then stir it up. And then leave it sit for a while. I want it to absorb the flavor. Maybe not. I don't know. What do I need? I'm looking for lemon juice. Where did I put my lemon juice?
In the door?
Oh, sorry, where did I put my lemon juice?
Up the top?
It should be here. That's okay. See, this as I said, if I ever put something in a different place, it confuses the shit out of me. It's over here because I have.
Why did you leave it over there?
Because I'm an idiot. Because I'm an idiot, Chanty. That's the only reason. Because I'm a goddamn idiot. Abigail, did monks invent chocolate? Maybe. Look, we're on the internet. Let's look it up. Did monks invent? Oh, look, it auto-completed to chocolate. Monks hidden away in Spanish monasteries appointed processors of cocoa beans and to keep chocolate a secret for nearly a century. Wow, so the Spaniards who through one of their conquests got cocoa beans, cocoa, not coca, coca is where we get cocaine, cocoa beans from one of their conquests, they came up with chocolate and no one knew how they made it. And so there were these monks who were making chocolate and keeping the recipe secret. And so that made Spain a shit ton of money for about a century till someone blabbed and said, oh no, we got it from Africa, one of the countries we plundered. Yeah, these little beans, just get them and you grind them up and they're fucking awesome. And, but yes, it was fucking monks who pioneered chocolate. See, they just had so much time on their hands. I'm just saying, they were just in the monastery. They were doing their illuminated manuscripts, like spending a year doing one picture in a manuscript. And when they weren't doing that, they were getting pissed and eating chocolate. So, monk life. And for that, they gave up sex. So I'm just saying, yeah.
Well, monks are the biggest grift of all time.
You think? So I got to work out how much of these ingredients to put in because it's supposed to be about 16 ounces. So I'll
just chuck all the other things out and put Bundy rum in. Done.
I got a classy Bundy rum, the 12 year.
Ooh.
Classy Bundy rum.
That's getting into the more expensive Bundy rum too.
It's about twice as much as your standard underproof Bundy, but twice as good as well. So that's.
I have returned.
Hey, Chris. I'm gonna make a video soon. I'm just going. Okay, so it's going to be about 16 ounces. So it's actually going to be mostly this. I'll do say 3 ounces of that, 3, 2, 5, 7, 9, 11. Maybe I'll do 6 ounces of the Bundy. So then it'll be 6, 12, 4. Yeah, that'll work. I'll do 6 ounces of the Bundy and 2 ounces of variant. And nobody's joining us. Hello, nobody.
Hi, no.
Somebody.
And hello, Line Spider in the chat. So if I'm about to do this and mess about, this actually won't be for that long. It'll be for about 5 minutes. Do you chaps want to chat? And I'll switch off the microphone, or do you want to kind of laugh at me while I'm rabbiting on like a silly person? How talkative are you feeling? That's my question.
I mean, I'm feeling fine. I got me an orange drink right here.
Feeling fine? Dr. Abigail's joining us. Oh, look, okay.
Here we go.
Hello, Abigail.
I'm sure the four of you can handle stuff for 5 minutes while I do this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. We got it handled. I wouldn't worry
All
about
right.
it.
We're just not going to say anything until you mute the mic and turn the speaker off.
Yeah.
Oh. Got some Hershey Kisses.
We don't get Hershey's stuff down here.
That's a travesty.
I've seen Hershey's ice cream topping actually.
Yes, I've got some Hershey's ice cream topping, actually.
Interesting.
You go into IGA, they do actually have a lot of American, British, I'm trying to think of the other countries, but a few other countries of all different lollies and
American, just American. That's all that matters.
Yep.
Anyway, the best lollies in the world come from New Zealand.
There are some good ones in New
Do they?
Zealand. Definitely. There are some good ones.
There are the odd like American outlet places here.
Yeah, some specialty places.
Specialty stores, which is always fascinating to go to.
Yeah. Man,
I like that king shrimp.
But I have quite a few
I like that.
friends who are American expats, and yeah, they introduce me to these places all the time.
And New Zealand's great. The Prime Minister drives an electric car, so I love New Zealand.
Well,
What's that?
that's some fancy lighting you got going on there.
That's my Ram.
Fuck me.
What? Hang on, I missed it. What was your what?
That's your
what was your
RAM.
Ram
That can
doing?
light up your whole.
That's my
fucking
RAM
room.
going, and if I get down lower, that's the motherboard.
Yeah, I've got the same thing going on.
Yeah.
Oh God!
The Rams at the moment.
And there's my hand
rainbow
to the
colour.
case.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah.
big.
You need to put a cat in there.
Damn.
I could put my whole
Yes.
head in there. Is that
yeah, I
big?
could fit a whole
Wow.
kitten in mine.
Andrew got that.
And I got the water cooler glowing, and I got the graphics card glowing.
Yeah, I
and the
hope to put water cooling in
glowing.
this eventually.
This is
Up
like
there,
an
it's
IT
glowing.
flexing
Purring.
fucking session going on here.
Well,
Like,
next
my computer
weekend,
muscle's bigger.
ne-
Huh.
next weekend is Shanland 2021. So I'll be in Sydney at Grasshopper's place, doing all the LAN gaming. So yeah, I'm going to Sydney.
My poor computer is
I'm gonna
still
hate
waiting
it.
for a new processor
Oh yeah,
and a new
Velociraptor
graphics
dress.
Oh, Velociraptor dress. Nice.
Oh my God!
Nice.
Nice.
Yes.
Talk about
Also-
Can't see it. Can't
Yeah.
see it.
It
Up a little bit
definitely
higher.
suits you, Abigail.
There we go.
Oh, nice. Nice.
And
nice,
they left the
Oh wow!
fucking thing on. They left the thing on. So
Security?
I have to figure the security thing because I bought it online
Does that
Yeah.
and they ship. It doesn't
Well, no one's
have.
stealing Abigail's then.
I'm trying to remember how to take them off.
Wait a minute.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna Google it.
Microphone now. So is
You know
no,
what? What are you gonna do over there? Oh, what? Well, I can't hear him anymore. Oh, it doesn't matter. He's not important.
What?
Huh?
He's
that?
never important.
Huh? What? Who?
You want to suck whose dick?
Get it right down here. Get them all lined up.
Anyway,
Easy told that
Just don't
story.
say
about how
nobody's.
He was with that really tall guy in an alley. He didn't even have to bend down. God damn, talk about talent, huh?
Yeah.
No. I can't wait to work on the water cooling eventually on this, but graphics card and CPU are next on the shopping list.
Ooh,
And that's a long wait ahead.
What?
'cause I can't
Oh,
get 'em.
look, at the moment is the worst time to buy hardware.
oh
Graphics
yeah.
cards especially.
At least I could get my motherboard.
Hey, I have a 1070, I think. That's gathering dust. Still works. I should probably sell it. It'll probably still go for a couple of hundred. I have a 1070.
That's
I'm
the new
currently-
motherboard.
Ooh, nice.
Nice.
And
I'm
I'll tell
mixing
you
a
one
20
thing, it's making my
2080
making my
Super.
Ryzen 2000 run a lot better. Better than a B450 any day.
You guys want to hear a funny story about when I was a teenager building PCs and something
Oh God!
horribly wrong? So this is back
Go
when
for
we
it.
still had computer components in the United States at Walmart. Walmart had computer. They weren't bad components, but like nobody there knew what they were. They were just like, we have these video cards with like half a gig of VRAM, and we got like the like because it's just we were talking. It's like 2005.
Yeah.
We got a 1,000 megahertz CPU ready.
Whoa. Slow down.
The thing.
Breakneck speed
So,
there.
Hey, that was my first new computer. Was 1,000 megahertz.
there you go. So I forgot. I think I got so what I did is I got a graphics card and I got another card and I forgot. I think it was my audio thing or something. Oh no, a FireWire card to bring my video stuff in. So I put the FireWire card in. I put the graphics card in, and I didn't even. I'm like sitting here. I don't even think to read how much power these components need. So I just assume that the computer has enough power. So anyway, it turns out it didn't have enough power, so it overheated the power supply unit, which then melted the fucking motherboard. And mind you, I had this computer case open for like a week trying to tinker with it because I had my friends help me install it. They didn't know what the hell they were doing either. So we had 3 people trying to install a graphics card, acting like we knew what we were doing.
Wow. When was this? Because usually they protect themselves from
2000. This is a long time
okay,
ago.
yeah.
And
The only time I've overpowered a PC was my first water cooling attempt. I did a custom loop, and it just kept shutting down. And I figured, maybe it needs more power. So I bought a bigger power supply, and that was all I needed to do. Nothing broke, thank goodness.
I
think I was.
Because it was a Walmart PC that I was upgrading. So, of course, it had the shittiest motherboard on planet Earth. So, all the little components in there melted. And then I had to take it to the computer shop, and the computer guy fixed it and had to put a new motherboard in there. And it cost more than the computer was initially to buy, but it worked. Fine. And I had that computer for a while. And
oops.
Yep. Then I just bought laptops after that. And then I just got an Apple computer after that. And that was the end of me building PCs. But you know what? I had a good.
But why would you downgrade to an Apple computer?
Well, I had laptops for a while.
So ridiculous to me. Why would anyone use a crapple?
That's what I call them too.
You're a fan now.
I use my video editing software on there.
I will say, in defense of crapple, their iPhones are quite robust. I don't like them, but they are robust.
I love my iPhone.
Okay.
iPhones lost me when they deleted all my contact details.
Yeah, that's fucked. I'm using the Galaxy. I like the interface on the Galaxy personally, but I found an iPhone on the road after it had been run over by 2 or 3 cars.
Oh God!
And I took it to the police station, handed do the right thing, and it rang. And the cop there was just booking it in, actually answered it, and it worked perfectly. You could see the tire mark across the screen.
Yeah.
So I will give them credit for one thing: they are tough little bastards.
I've only had it's smartphones. I've only had HTC phones. Mine's got a magic card on the back, of course. I've only had HTC phones. I think I had a Samsung at one stage, but I only really had HTC phones, and I've never cracked a screen ever. I've dropped it plenty of times. Dropped plenty of phones, plenty of times.
Mum made her HTC go for a swim in the washing machine.
Oops.
Yes, I dropped my previous phone into a large porcelain bowl of water.
I've never drowned a phone. I hope to keep it that way.
Which also had poop in it. So
gross.
I dropped it in the toilet. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that
was not fun.
I have a
Oh yes, Nokia's
iPhone.
Earthcrow, did you know Nokia actually have a 4G flip phone? I bought one for my mum, and I like it. Frankly, it's a really nice and not expensive.
Oh my god!
My mom has something like that. Yeah.
So I reckon they should make black box material out of Nokia phones. Not the other way around.
Yeah, they are pretty hard to break, aren't they? The old Nokias. I had a Nokia flip phone for years after they were no longer cool. People would just laugh when I retrieved my phone because everyone else had gone to a smartphone, and I produced this Nokia 3G phone. They just go.
Yeah, but they'll last forever. They outlast cockroaches.
Yeah. The amount of times I dropped that fucking thing, on tile floors and everything.
Except they just can't get their smartphones right. My old man, he has smashed his several times over.
Yeah, this style of smartphone.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a fan. Not particularly sold on those Nokias.
They can't get the smartphone to be as robust as their original phone.
No, because it's mostly glass.
I don't know about how robust it is. But I was talking about the 4G flip phone they brought out. It was like $140 at Harvey Norman, and I bought one for Mum. And it's, as far as how the user experience feels, it reminds me very much of the classic Nokia interface. It's fairly simple. And considering this is basically as much of a smartphone as a flip phone can be without actually being touchscreen, got to hand it to them. I reckon they did a pretty fucking good job.
I just want to say two things on that. Firstly, to Uncle Frank, who's in Twitch chat, a really great raise your glass. What do you call it? A toast to Leonard Nimoy that he's posted there. Forget about the past, you can't change it. Forget about the future, you can't predict it. And forget about the present, I didn't get you one. Happy birthday and mazel tov.
I like that. I like that. That's cool. I can try and remember.
And secondly, if you can avoid it, don't shop at Harvey Norman.
Normally I wouldn't. I wouldn't. It's just that they had a really heavily discounted price on this phone at the time, and it was Mum's birthday coming up, and she'd bought a phone from the post office, and it was one of those senior phones. Tip: don't. They are fucking horrible. But it didn't even last a year before it started having problems, and the battery swelled up, and the interface was to coin a phrase that many of my relatives have used. It was as ugly as a hatful of busted assholes.
Oh gosh!
What?
I thought you'd like that. Fucking horrible thing. These Aspera fucking horrible, fucking nasty piece of shit. It's basically $100 worth of small brick that you can drop kick down the fucking stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Probably $2 worth of plastic and electronics.
Yeah, just a nasty, nasty, nasty phone.
Yep.
Yeah, fuck those things. Don't ever
Well,
buy
hang on,
anyone
what was it?
things.
Nastier than a hat
Ugly.
full of busted
The interface
arsehole.
was the interface
uglier.
was as ugly as a hat full of busted assholes. It's
so funny.
What my family of there's a lot of fucking old people in my family, and I've learned a lot of old sayings.
That's great.
For example, those Aspera seniors phones aren't worth 2 lumps of goat shit.
Yep.
And Techmoan I learned a beauty from Techmoan actually. He said he was talking about some little personal cassette player. He said it would have to be 3 times as good as that to be considered crap.
Yeah, I saw that video too. That's funny. Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah. All the stuff that Angry's missing out on hearing.
Yeah,
I know.
Your expression, man.
Actually, going back to how you were talking about Harvey Norman's and that. Oh my god! Any electronic shop you go to where they try and upsell you crap.
Oh yeah, fuck that.
Oh
yeah.
That was one advantage I had.
Massive
They couldn't upsell me anything because I basically went in there with a picture on my phone that says, "I want this."
Yep.
Gone. This is what it's for. This is why I want it. This is what I'm here.
Anytime I am legit trying to buy something from a tech retailer, like I instantly come across as knowing exactly what I'm after. And they never try and upsell me, and it's great. I like it.
Yeah.
Whenever, but I get calls from people like I know all the time asking about like, oh, should I get this? Should I get that? They're trying to like make me buy this and that and the warranty and all. And I'm like, no, they're trying to upsell you. Don't get it. You don't need it.
Most of the time, those extended warranties aren't worth the paper they're printed on.
No.
Nah.
They're just you're gonna go, okay.
The only time
I bought the extended warranty and the phone's died. Oh, yeah. Thanks for your money. Fuck off.
Yeah. The only time I would ever get an extended warranty is if I knew that the person who was going to be using the product was particularly rough with it, or like for kids and stuff, maybe. And even then, it's like most of the time I could fix it.
I swear to. I swear, oh, you got the extended warranty. Hang on a minute, let me just rat through this box and find the ones that are designed to fail one day after the extended warranty instead of the usual thing. Gotcha, you bastards.
Yeah, like today I went, and we have a lot of COVID restrictions still in place, and so there's actually like a waiting line for people to get to if you need help. And so what was nice for me is I just went on Google and searched for the things I wanted, and Google told me where they were at the store. So I just walked in the store, and the guy said something to me. I just kept walking, and then I got what I needed, and I went to the place and bought it, and left. I just ignore them whenever they start talking to me. I'm like, here's my debit card.
Several years ago, I bought this, and they didn't have any left in stock except the display model. Yeah, they gave me a good deal on the display model, so this, and then they reset it all and all that. But then they went through trying to upsell me extended warranty on it, but because that was it was only not even a month old display model. They still gave me extended warranty included with it because they said, "Oh, it's a display model. We'll give you this with the number." I go, don't care. It's not worth the money it's written on anyway. Because that laptop's still going as good as the day I bought it.
Yes. While you two were, flexing your IT muscles, I was just looking down at my computer that's,
oh God,
by any modern standards, fucking old.
That's
I picked
the
it up.
term.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I can't complain. I mean, it's got what was a good video card in its day, and
what is it? A fossil now?
Let me check this.
Well, a laptop with a dedicated video card is pretty special.
Yeah. Oh, this is a desktop, but it's good enough to do HD editing. You know, it's got a NVIDIA GeForce GTX 750 Ti.
And say that again.
GTX 750 Ti.
Okay. Yep.
So it's okay. It's good enough.
Not that old.
It's not, yeah. Well, it's a 4th gen iPhone.
It's
not that old.
So the
I don't know how old my Chromebook is, which is my laptop, because I just don't like the Windows user interface. But
my knowledge that might be 2011, 2012.
Yeah, it's not that old. Yeah, I think my Chromebook is 2013. Works great. Yeah. That's all you need.
I only know because I have one. I had it.
I was volunteering in a computer refurbishing place, and one of the donations that had come in was the computer I've got, and no one bothered to enter it in, register it as having been donated. No one seemed to know anything about it. It sat for about a month in the little donations trolley, and I went, right, I'll solve the problem. I open up the car, in it went, and I've been using it ever since.
There you go.
So, it's an older model, but I paid fucking nothing.
Yeah, I think I got my Chromebook like 2 years ago for like $50. It's old, but all you do is web browse, so you don't really need any more power than like a mobile phone for that. So works great.
This old thing still plays Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I like the keyboard on my Chromebook. It's the best keyboard I've had. It's like HP Chrome. It's nice. I don't know anything else about it. It was nice.
Yeah, I like my keyboard too.
I got a good keyboard here. It's an old thrift store keyboard. No, I've had it for years. It works great.
Yeah. Keyboard.
I've got a Logitech keyboard.
Yeah.
If I
have
off.
If you didn't recognize it, mine's a Black Widow Ultimate Stealth.
I got a clicky clacky.
I paid $10 for it.
Office Dell thing. It's like an old clicky clacky thing.
Yeah. Well, this thing's clicky clacky, all right.
Mine's a Kmart gaming keyboard branded thing, but it's got proper mechanical keyboard stuff.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of RGB lights. My girlfriend, her laptop is.
It's not even RGB.
Of rainbow lights, but not me.
Welcome back.
They're just solid lights. They randomly put, what is it? Red, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue, and purple. LED lights behind them.
Nothing on my desk emits light except for the screen.
Joking on Rushes, what if you connect your phone to your home Wi-Fi?
That's okay.
Just
Sorry?
comment in there.
Hi, Andrew. Welcome back. How was your drink?
Oh, I didn't make a drink. I'm still in the preparation stage.
Oh, you're prepping.
All that time
it's in
in
this gross milk curdling stage at the moment, and I need to. And in fact, the next video I want to make is also not a drink. It's more a sketch. It's a joke for about 12 people, because there's this one guy who in an online cocktail forum is always a complete cockhead. Like, that's not proper. That's not proper. Like, he criticized I posed with a picture of a drink I had in a bar. Like, this is about the first time I've been back in a bar with someone making me a drink in 6 months. And it's blood and sand. He's going, that's a stupid glass to put a blood and sand in. And it's like, dude, shut the fuck up. What's wrong with
this person you're talking about reminds me of a character that the Tenants wrote about in their song "You Shit Me to Tears."
Yes, that is that type of person.
And it's got that little chorus, that little bit that our little Dougie, how you've grown so sore. You've grown to a very painful know-it-all. I'd love to shove your head into a barbed wire fence, but you'd probably tell me all about it.
Yeah,
this guy sounds like they're writing about him.
Well, his real thing is if anyone calls Malibu rum, because that coconut Malibu stuff, like it's only about 10% rum, right? It's not really a rum. It's got like a rum base and it's got flavors. So it's a liqueur. But a huge number of people, for shorthand, just refer to it as coconut rum, right? Because it's a coconut flavored rum-based liqueur. And that's a bit of a mouthful. Like, I enjoy this coconut liqueur with a rum base. You just go, no, I like this coconut rum. That's what people say. And he always cracks it if someone calls it rum. So, because April Fool's is next week. So for my April Fool's video, I'm going to say like the World Rum Awards just happened and best rum in the world is Malibu. And the experts agree this is the best rum in the world.
Nah, best rum in the world is Bunny rum.
The judges went so far as to say they'll never have the awards again because no one will ever be better than Malibu, and all the other rum distillers might as well give up because their stuff is shit compared to Malibu. And I'm just going to just lay it on really thick, and so which is a little bit different for my channel, like essentially doing a sketch rather than actually making a drink. But it's like I said, it's a joke for about 12 people. There are these other people who have cocktail channels on YouTube who all hate this guy, and we talk about him in Discord about what a fucking jerk he is. So I'm doing this. This is a joke for about 12 people. It's just like, but I'm doing it.
I mean, now it's expanded to 16 people because the 4 of us.
Yeah, now everyone here knows. Yeah, so,
that sounds funny. I'm excited to see that.
Well, yeah, so I might do that before because, I need to try and if I have too much to drink before making this one, I'll forget the things I want to say. So,
what? No way.
So I'll make it while I'm still sober, in fact. So
angry, sober.
He did say still sober.
Still sober. Like I am not staying sober tonight. So I'm about to get seriously into making drinks after this. So
party time.
I've double insulated mine. Nice. I've got another drink coaster under this. I want my beer to stay cold. What of it remains?
I need new batteries. My audio recorder batteries are run out.
That's not good.
Fortunately, I'm in the room where batteries are kept. So
yes, that's handy.
Easy. That's handy.
Your mic doesn't have a USB interface. You can power it off angry?
No. This is an old school standalone stereo audio recorder. This is my old Warhorse. I don't even remember when I got this. Way over 10 years ago, though.
Is that the Zoom H4n?
This is the Zoom H4n.
That is just a staple of video production right there.
Yeah. This is a war. Oh, yeah. Look, Shields, he's got
a H5, but my one is more fancier.
Whoa.
That is. Ooh, that is fancy.
I can get different modules and change it.
Ooh, nice.
Oh yeah, we had
fancy dancy.
We had funeral directors want to record one of the funerals at the church, and they had just cameras with ambient mics set up, and they had a voice recorder in case the sound wasn't good enough on that for their live stream. Unusual for a funeral to do all that. But I made the mistake of going, no trouble. I'll plug the PA system line out into your voice recorder, and then you'll have pristine sound. I glanced down at the voice recorder, and it was just constantly on red peak. Their audio was been absolutely fucking destroyed. It just would have been nothing but clipping. Going, I hope your ambient mics worked all right, because your techie just fucked your other audio. Of course, I didn't quite say it that way, being a representative of the church.
Very, very, very circumspect of you. I like that.
Although I have dropped the F-bomb a number of times in church. Quite a number of times. I don't really give a shit.
Francis of Assisi. Sorry. That's,
This damn bottle's got a leak. It's fucking empty. Damn it.
Oh, damn it.
It's the last one I'm allowed tonight too. Damn it.
The joke about F-bombs when my offspring were quite young. For a Christmas present for Auntie, you got them these fridge magnets that had, internet abbreviations on them, like LOL and whatnot. And one of them said CBF. And I said, When you give this to your auntie, you got to tell her this is the one you stick on bills when they're on the fridge, because it stands for can't be funded, so you can't pay it. And and so we did it, and we hand over the thing, and they go, "Oh, it's got all the things on it." And so young Ms. Angry holds up the CBF one and says, "This is the best one." And they're like, "Oh my God, yeah, you stick this on bills." And they're all going, "What?" And it stands for can't be funded. And she got as far as can't be far, and they're all going, "Ah!" And she says, "Can't be funded." And then they all laughed a lot, but they were just like, does she know? Does she actually? She's only about like 6 or 7 at the time. But the look on their face when she got to can't be far, like they were just about to like cover up their mouth, so she couldn't go any further.
Oh, I love watching people's face go into shock at church when I drop the F-bomb. You can't say that at church. I said, why the fuck not?
Yeah,
just a word.
They're awake.
It's just a fucking word.
It is. Oh, I love
one she thought she misheard me. I said, yeah, well, the technology there, that was a total clusterfuck. She goes, it was a what? I said, a clusterfuck. And she goes, I thought that's what you said. One morning, somebody kept tripping over an audio lead. Now, those of you who are familiar with audio connections like these jacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you've got one of those plugged into, say, a guitar amp, or just, for an electronic instrument such as an electric piano, and you know what happens when you bump one of these leads?
Mm-hmm.
It tends to, it's not a big disaster, but you get those noises come through.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you have the line out from said amplifier going to the PA system. That interference noise also comes through quite loudly in the front of house. The first time it was the band just practicing, no one really noticed. They're going, oh, that was strange. And I've gone, yeah, it's the amp plugged into your electric piano so that you can hear what's going on. If you bump that input lead, that's what happens. So, the service begins. The band starts playing their music. Bang! Everyone in the congregation turns and stares at me. And I'm going, fuck off. I didn't do it. The second time it goes bang, they all turn around and glare at me, and I got the shits. Don't fucking annoy an Aspie, right? I stood up and I said quite loudly, loud enough for half the congregation to hear me say, "Stop kicking the audio cables, you bell ends."
Nice. To the point.
Mm-hmm.
A few people laughed. The rest of them just turned around and got on with singing. And I went, "Don't piss the Aspie off." And I was saying to the priest and our organist, by morning there's an electric piano. By evening there's a more traditional service. It's just organ music. And the organist, I was recounting the story, and says, "You're not supposed to speak that way at church." I said, "Really? Who says?" She goes, "I do." And I had my mate with me, and I said, "Well, you are outnumbered 2-1.
Nice.
And to his credit, my mate stepped in and said, I've seen people who wouldn't say a bad word, but they will cut you down with what they do say.
Yeah, the words are just words. It's what you do. Yeah. I saw this good sort of meme on Facebook today. Someone had clipped it from somewhere, like, the person saying, "Yeah, here I am, Gen X, with my 15-year-old in the car, and I'm driving along, and I'm playing like my favorite 90s rap." And I went, "Oh, just your warning that this song drops the F-bomb a lot." And the kid goes, "Oh, okay." And he's playing it, and of course it's like, "Fuck this, fuck that, fuck that." And the kid goes, "Oh, is that the F-bomb you mean? I thought it was the bad one." And he's going, What's the bad one? And he's going, "Well, F-A-G." And he goes, "That's the bad one?" He says, "Fuck doesn't hurt anyone. That's just a word. But the other one, that's cruel. That's hurtful. Yeah. That's the one we don't say." Yeah. And he's just going, "That's true. Great. My 15-year-old is fucking schooling me And it's just like
He's
putting my head in the right place.
Yeah, I can really appreciate that sentiment, and he's absolutely spot on.
Oh yeah, I'm 100% in agreement.
Yeah. The word "fuck" never hurt anyone, and the other one has venom. It does hurt people.
Yeah, no, it's designed to hurt. Yeah, designed to hurt. Okay, yeah. I got a test. I'm gonna do my little sketch. So I'll turn the microphone off again.
Yeah. What? Yeah, everyone hates angry.
What happened?
Oh my
God. Brilliant.
My orange drink's almost gone. That's so good.
Oh, the next was it Falcon and the Winter Soldier came out today.
Oh, cool. I am going to
seen that, and the first episode of the TV or the series of the Underdog Mighty Ducks story 2 came out on Disney Plus, and it's good.
Speaking of that kind of stuff, I watched Justice League last. Oh
yes, Snyder Cut.
It was really, really good. Like there were several scenes where my jaw just dropped. It's awesome.
Yeah, it was a coherent movie. Yeah,
I mean, it was so good. I like long epic movies. I just do, and so
same.
Obviously, Snyder Cut's up my alley just for that. And then I liked all the Snyder bits that were left in the original theatrical cut, but like it was so clearly obvious what was different. And I like that in the Snyder Cut, that humor is still there, but it's not like clobbered over your fucking head like a fucking spike in your eyeball. It's like just naturally occurring with the characters. It's not like, oh my God, it was so badly done in the other one. And it was good character development. And, if you pay attention, all the characters have motives, all the characters have arcs. It's a really good film, and I hope that he gets to finish the story with at least one more. But if not, it was a hell of a ride, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I can't wait to buy it on Blu-ray and eventually see it in IMAX.
Fair enough. I mean, it was an interesting take on the Justice League. It was very Zack Snyder-y. It was kind of. It was. I mean, I loved it. I thought it was a great movie. But
so cool.
It was like every scene, everything that was happening was the most important thing. There was way too many slow-mo shots of stuff, and it just made everything seem a bit like if everything is the most important thing, then nothing is the most important thing, And it just like, and.
I felt like it
Superman.
I felt like it had a really good build up to the final act.
Yeah, like it was a good movie. I'm not gonna fault it. It was definitely his vision of what the movie should be, but it was also very Snyder-y, and he just has a weird take on things. Like it's always about like the giant buff dudes, and
speaking of buff,
yeah, like Wonder
Woman was really cool.
Everything is in kind of grayscale or dark, and
well, I mean, to be honest, he actually prefer. I mean, he wants to try and release a version that's black and white. So I mean, that's kind of
he wanted to do this one in black and white.
That's what he wanted. To
and
do.
What was with the 4:3 format?
It's It's for the if you've ever been in an American IMAX theater, especially the older ones, or in a Cinerama theater, they are very large screens. They are much taller than they are wider. But what they do is because once the image is projected and the whole screen is black outside of where the image is, as modern films are more widescreen, you don't notice it because you're gaining width instead of height.
Okay.
But
it was released on a streaming platform.
It was shot for a streaming platform. He couldn't. He couldn't reshoot the whole movie. It was shot for IMAX.
But he could have reformatted it for because there was a lot of scenes where it was just like lots of space above people's heads.
I watched it. I liked it. I thought.
I liked it. The only time
I saw that
the only time I really noticed the 4:3 format was in Superman scenes because they were brightly lit. Most of the movie was so dark that you don't even notice the black borders on the edges.
Yeah, I never noticed it. I never noticed the aspect ratio. It'll never bother me once. So I'll
pull out my old analog TV and watch it.
Yeah, I've got a 4:3 monitor right here, a 19-inch monitor. I'll watch it on that.
Yeah, the ratio being different from what you used to is not the end of the world. But
like back in the 2000s, when DVDs were coming out, everyone was shitting their pants that it was widescreen.
Yeah.
Where's the rest of the movie? It's widescreen. Why isn't it, a box? What's wrong?
Some of the DVD, a lot of the DVD players had a zoom button, so you just zoom it in and chop the edges, or you just pick it off if you had a CRT.
Yeah, I don't care the aspect ratio. It was shot for IMAX. You can't go back and change the whole film just because
it's not that hard. Just don't need to.
You could just chop the bottom and top of the picture off,
and have it actually
cutting the actors' heads off.
Yeah. Have it move around while it's still in widescreen mode.
That doesn't make any sense.
It does work. It does work. They've done that for many movies where they had to resize them instead of trying to just squash it like that. They will
do that, but you will not be able to tell what's going on.
The character.
That's what happened with that's what happened with the theatrical cut of Justice League. They cut off a bunch of stuff, so they literally had to do digital pans, and then people complained that the visual effects were bad, but it wasn't. It was because they were digitally panning across the screen. That's another reason. You literally can't do what you're talking about and it look good. So
as technology improves, it'll probably look better and better. But as technology improves, it'll probably get better at making it look good. But we're kind of splitting hairs on details that are kind of not that important, really. It's a minor annoyance.
Yeah, but pedantry is my middle name. Have you not met me?
Well, I've spoken.
I once went to a costume party as Captain Pedantic, and my tagline was "Splitting hairs across the galaxy." I live for this shit, so I'm all for it.
Fair enough. I haven't really got a reply to that.
Oh, I see. He's finally back.
Welcome back, Angry.
Back.
Okay, everyone. No more trash talking.
Good time.
Trouble. Okay.
No, we weren't saying anything.
They actually hardly mentioned you at all, Angry. We're splitting hairs on cinematics and shit like that. Actually, it's just I knew this guy. You'd walk in the room, and the moment you walk in the room, he'd glare at someone and say, "Well, why don't you say it to his face now that he's here?" Just to make you feel really fucking awkward.
Oh, that's brilliant. That is brilliant. That's excellent. That's my sort of trolling, just dumping someone in it like that. The mild one we used to always do was when you talking with a couple of people and someone else comes up, just go, "Oh, he's here." Yeah, it's like
yeah.
Oh no, guys! Have you seen the news in the United States?
What news?
Well, you see, there's been an unusual leap in gas prices. That $3 a gallon is now going to become normal across the country. Oh no, it's such a problem for me.
Oh, because you got an electric car.
If I had the money floating around, I'd actually convert my car to electric.
Conversion.
Can you do that?
Yes, you can do that. It's possible, and there are lots of shops that can help you do it as well.
Keeping in mind, I'm on, I'm on a disability so that's
the
why
whole
the
point
money
of
is difficult.
cars is to constantly recycle and reuse, either by converting gas cars or putting new batteries into old EVs. That's the whole point of them.
Mm.
So
well, my car's
that entirely.
My car's like 30 years old, but it's a wagon big enough to carry a fucking fridge. So
that's exactly.
Well, I too would like to get my car converted to electric. Unfortunately, I don't have a car, so if someone would like to donate one, that would be great. Also, if you could just donate it already as electric, that would be awesome. Be better.
Yeah. You get a hatch.
I'm taking donations. I'd love a Chevy Volt. That was a good car.
Chevy
Volt.
The Volt is a good. Volt is a good option because you get a bunch of you get 60 miles of electric range depending on your weather, which is what my old EV got during pretty much half the year. And then you also have the 50 miles to the gallon or whatever for whatever. I don't know how much is in there, but yeah.
It's pure electric cars. We have Teslas here now. We have Teslas here. But do we have any other EVs, or is it just hybrids?
I know that people
mainly hybrids.
I know people gray import from Japan EVs because there's a bunch of charging infrastructure, but there aren't that many EVs other than Teslas and hybrids and stuff like that.
I know, the hybrid Camry, Toyota Camry, is really popular here. Is there I was dead set going to buy a hybrid Falcon if they ever made one.
That would have been awesome.
That would have been awesome.
That would kick ass.
The main thing
then they stopped making Falcons, so
the main thing I tell people is don't have a battery in your car that you yourself can't plug in. Make sure it has a plug. Otherwise,
I just want to take a moment to acknowledge Earthcrow's pun. Have a read of that shit.
Sorry, which what?
Earthcrow's pun. That's brilliant. I was disappointed Dyson didn't go ahead with making electric cars, but I guess
oh my god, sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but that needed recognition.
Oh jeez. Oh my god.
Well, that's like I decided to get rid of my vacuum cleaner. All it was doing was gathering dust.
But Dyson, if Dyson made electric cars, they probably would have made it a lot more efficient than what Tesla does.
Oh no, they would have over-engineered the shit out of those cars.
You want that? You want your car to be pedantically over-engineered so that something that would break your average car, car just going to get whatever.
German over-engineering I can get behind, but Dyson just took that shit and ran with it. There's like a bazillion pieces in those vacuum cleaners for a vacuum cleaner.
Man,
my Henry will outlast every single Dyson vacuum cleaner on the planet because it has 3 pieces.
Actually, I can tell you something about Dysons that not a lot of, some of you may or may not know. And that is that Dysons, particularly older ones, have a lovely little habit of when their engine gets a bit long in the tooth of catching fire.
Ah, great.
Wow.
Ask me how I know.
Yes, that sounds like a very good experience.
Yes, you go, what's that smell? Yeah. Oh, look, my vacuum cleaner's turned into a fucking flamethrower. Fantastic.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Dear.
Yeah.
That's
but anyway,
hilarious.
Anyway, but yeah, that's just my general opinion for everybody. You got to put a battery in a car, be able to plug it in.
I was just thinking with my comments, stand by for a lawsuit.
Yeah.
You bastard.
Yeah, that drives me nuts about those Dyson vacuum cleaners or Tesla cars. Is that you can't repair a Dyson easily, you can't fix it easily, you can't get it running easily.
If you Dyson,
you're not even allowed to repair a Tesla.
Yeah, the thing that drives me nuts with Teslas too, is the whole point of electric cars is that you can just keep them on the road forever because there's not that many moving parts. You just replace the battery and the motor. That's it. Tesla's like, no, you can't do that. We got to make bigger batteries every 3 minutes, and we got to get them. And I hate it. I hate Tesla.
Oh, heaven forbid we have an industry standard so that people can, not have to buy proprietary products.
Yeah, there's
spend their life savings every 5 fucking years.
Yeah, the reason why another reason why I don't like Teslas and I wouldn't buy one in the U.S. I would in Europe you can because there's one standard and Tesla's adapted to it, but in the U.S. there's a Tesla plug for fast charging, all slow charging, all regular speed charging, which is just a couple hours. That's all one universal port, and that was installed before Tesla became a company. So the problem we have now is that with fast charging in the U.S., we're either going to have these stalls with a Tesla plug and then a CHAdeMO, which is the Nissan Leaf and all older EVs, and then all new EVs with the combo plug. And all stations will eventually just have 3 plugs. Or Tesla will stop being a bitch and just get on the combo plug, and then we can just have the 2 plugs and be done with it, the legacy and the new.
See, that's what I mean about an industry standard. This proprietary thing, fucking headache.
Exactly.
Stop doing it, you bastards, or I'm going to come to your house and kick you in the dick.
Just make a USB C plug.
Yeah, exactly.
Going in electric cars.
Europe has figured out
how many USB-Cs you would need to charge an EV. Fucking
no. I'm talking about a mega-sized one.
Yeah.
I mean, if you did that with standard ones, you'd be there for a month of Sundays waiting for it to fucking charge.
Yeah, Shield, you are right though. In Europe, they have the combo plug, and most of the rest of the world, the combo plug is just this is a U.S. problem that will be solved by the charging networks, unfortunately, probably. But yeah, Teslas just drive me nuts. I don't. They're annoying. The point is to constantly reuse electric vehicles and recycle the batteries, and because right now our grids, especially here in Washington, we're lucky to have mountains and water, so we can use water as batteries. But the whole point is that all these electric car batteries can be retrofitted to go into the grid in a state like Wyoming to get rid of their fossil fuel operations and use big battery banks to back up renewable energy.
Here's the thing.
EVs. That's
the thing about hydroelectric. You don't necessarily need to be where there is a river flowing to do a hydroelectric thing. Basically a mechanical battery. If you have other forms of energy generation, such or electricity generation, such as like combinations, you pump the water by day to a higher point so that you turn your
up in Wivenhoe Dam here in Queensland. They have something like that, but they use wind turbines along the Great Divide. During the day, they use the power up electric pumps to pump water uphill, and then at night we have cheap electricity for the hot water system off peak running.
See, that's the thing.
That's what they're building here because we have
certain
giant plateaus next to dams. So they're
certain right-wing interests would have us believe that it's really difficult to have 24-hour renewable electricity, and it's actually not that big of a problem. Some places already fucking doing it, and they've got it's harder for them to do it where they're doing it than it would be for us. So hey, our leaders need to stop making excuses and behaving like little fucking bitches, and just fucking get on board. Except, of course, that would mean their friends in the coal industry who are making big donations to them all the time might get a bit cross.
You see, I'm in Washington State, and like 90+% of our energy is renewable, and it's gonna just keep getting closer to 100% with those pumps and everything. But the whole thing is that even nationally, the amount of coal that has just been going right now nationally, coal's at like 30% in the U.S. I mean, it's not a cheap way to produce power, so power companies are just abandoning it.
And yet, here in Australia, they're building new coal power plants.
Oh,
which
that's
is just a crime.
Well,
it's the worst. Coal and gas.
Good news is
our government's subsidizing that. Now, you have a look at what happens with these companies. You know, a lot of these companies tend to be big donors to the Liberal Party. So the Liberal Party, I mean, among other groups, but the Liberal Party, you know, gives them tax concessions and they say, oh, we're making energy cheaper for our population. So they'll subsidize these polluting industries who give money to the Liberal Party. There's another word for that. It's called fucking money laundering.
I mean,
it's the Liberal Party, via their friends in the coal industry, among others, stealing taxpayers' money in a way that looks legitimate.
Look, I don't want to say that there's anything wrong with money laundering in case I ever commit money laundering, but what I will say is that I'm not saying money would corrupt me, but I'm not going to say no to money. But anyway,
who would?
Yeah, no. The problem with the good news about
coal power money is that we want. It's
that there's
that money gets.
There's all these years in the U.S., people have been trying to get hydrogen cars to be a thing, which makes no sense because you have to move the hydrogen, which is made by electricity. Yeah. That doesn't make any sense. You already have power lines.
A few problems with hydrogen,
and it's not very energy dense.
It's not.
Either.
It's not. No. But hydrogen is going to be pretty useful thanks to all that technology and put into it for power generation. It's a lot easier. If you don't have to move hydrogen around. You get in the cars and have the cars. No. You just take the hydrogen and you put it in a coal powered plant, and instead of burning coal, they burn hydrogen. No. And it's and if the hydrogen is made through electrolysis, it's a renewable way to make
the problem with
power production.
One of the problems with hydrogen is that it's notoriously hard to store because it leaks out of everything. And it's like highly flammable.
It's super explosive.
Yes.
Which is
you don't burn it like you don't oxidize it. You don't burn it like that. You use a hydrogen fuel cell, which it's kind of the same thing, but it's a much more. It's what the power cell they use on a lot of spacecraft.
Yeah. So that's kind of what. Hydrogen, the hydrogen industry is hoping for now is power generation. They're kind of pulling out of cars because, I mean,
it's a bad idea.
I mean, it's just like even in the U.S., not only have they've had 20 years of hydrogen cars and they've never been able to build any more stations because they blow up. They also never can get hydrogen to the pump. Like people have hydrogen cars in California, they can't drive them anywhere.
Yeah.
So it's
I remember the governor did a big push to put hydrogen.
He did, and what was great was a couple of 2 years ago is he did a commercial where he was at a car lot selling Nissan Leafs, saying that no, this is the future. So that was really cool to see. Arnold's a good. You know what?
It was from a Republican. Yeah,
I got no qualms. Arnold, he's okay. He could be better. He could be worse. He's all right. There's a lot of worse people in the world than Arnold.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
Yeah, no. So it's just like
really the
make sure your battery has a plug
of a politician usually doesn't come much into it. It's a matter of whether or not they have integrity and whether they actually care about doing their job well. It just so happens that most of the right-wing politicians in Australia actually have no integrity whatsoever, and the left-wing ones aren't that much better.
Who's ready for a surprise? Who's ready for a surprise?
Me!
You good boy tonight, AZ?
AZ, we're talking about.
Hey, AZ.
I was just finished.
Everyone, now that he's here, why don't you say it to him?
On how to be a Liberal politician, because it's a good job, because you can fuck anyone you want, and you get paid, and everybody from a mining company gives you money for fuck all. And
what are they mining?
And sell public stuff and get paid. It's awesome. So
pretty sweet gig if you can get it.
Yep.
Sounds like the Democrats.
Shut up. And that's the other thing you can do. You can basically put yourself above everyone else and have a right to rule. So all my subjects, I'm happy to talk at you tonight. I have no care about your future, and vote for me, or I'll be sending around the patrols.
You don't need AIDS. You had me at vote for me.
Hey,
You had me at vote for me.
Yeah, thanks, man.
You had me at pollution.
Thank you. Hey, Chris, how you going, man?
I'm doing good. Everything's going just fine.
We don't get to see you tonight. That upsets
No,
me.
my camera's not plugged in. Sorry, it's not.
Well,
It's not. It's not
you can't
in.
plug your camera in. What a...
I know.
I'm just saying, motherfucker.
I think the appropriate answer to someone calling you a motherfucker is to say she would never allow that sort of nonsense.
That is
like
true.
that's the only reason you wouldn't.
Don't make me go there, nobody. Don't make me go there.
Too early. You just got on. What are you doing to the guy?
Because basically, the dozens is a game. But the way I fuck your mother is a crime shame.
There's no way in the world.
To quote Will Wheaton from the movie he did, it was at the school where the terrorists try to kidnap the kids. It's a good movie, actually. Hey, I love my mother. You leave my mother out of this. And you too can love my mother for a small fee.
I was just thinking as you were saying that you could make that statement really bad if you add often into the mix. I love my mother. Often.
Oh, Daisy's been here 5 seconds. We're talking about incest. Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, people pay me to lower the tone at parties. I will come into a party of Jesuit nuns and go, so who's been unstitching their gash with lube today? And the girls will go, and then soon we'll be talking about glass dildos and sucking down bongs. It's fucking, like I said, that's
respect.
That's a week's worth of rent, a month's worth of rent in there straight away. Angry, how the fuck are you? I haven't seen you for ages.
Good. No, I haven't seen you for ages. I'm just cruising along. I'm just taking advantage of the little conversation, making a drink called an angel's tit. So,
oh, that's lovely.
Oh, I want to suck on that.
Drink. Sounds like a good drink.
Does everyone remember the TV
Who wouldn't
show
want some of that?
By an Angel?
Touched in a
Angel
by
touch?
an angel.
Where
I was
did it touch
touched
you?
by an angel, and I'm suing.
Show us the
I remember the little known spin-off show from that, touched by an uncle.
Where on the doll? Where on the doll?
But it was really weird because it was half an hour of just blank screen, and then Bill going, hey. Did you enjoy your nap? You can't handle your drink. My bum's sore, but how would you be though? I've often thought about this because I was thinking about when my boomerang won't come back. What's his name?
Rolf Harris.
Rolf Harris. When Rolf Harris went to jail, how would you be being a fucking huge celebrity, being done for being a ped or whatever, and you're in jail, right? It's not.
Oh,
like
and they
you can
love
anonymously
kitty fiddlers
fucking
in
creep
jail.
around jail, going, "I'm a nobody," because you've been on the fucking TV for 6 months. Now you're in jail with all the inmates, and they're going, "So Rolf, do you want a hug? Do you want a hug, mate? Do you want a hug?" And he's going, "Oh no, it's okay. And they then turn up and go, "So do you want to give me £1 million?" And you, "Oh no, I don't have it." "Well, give it to me. I'll kick the fuck out of you." And then everyone would be doing the same thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
for what Rolf got up to, you really don't want to be in there for that.
If you'd be a celebrity, wouldn't you go, "Yeah, no more of that"?
No.
Because if I get done, it's worse than anything. But I guess suppose
I never think they're going to be held to account. But I also think it must be weird it must be weird when you got away with something for decades. Now, in the case of people like Rolf Harris, people were basically telling him it was okay. You're entitled to this horrible abusive behavior. And to have gotten away with it for decades and to suddenly have justice come calling, that's got to be pretty fucking weird. Also, I think like cold case murderers, like, every now and then the cops do actually solve a 30-year-old murder. How's the person who for 30 years I got away with it and then suddenly they get arrested? That's got to be really fucking weird.
Wait, hold on. Wait, the cops do something?
Sometimes. Rarely.
Every now and then.
The ones that got paid off die, and then the new ones actually open the case again and they bust you. It's weird like that.
Or in the case of the Morecambe family, they just continued to badger them until they got the fucking.
Not in my country. The ones that got paid off are running the place.
Yeah, same here. The New South Wales has been run by the Rum Corps since 18.
Since the first 50 years of settlement.
And it's still run by the Rum Corps. Chris, that's not something you'd understand, but it's basically the police, the corrupt police, basically overthrew the government. It was a coup. And this guy had to sail himself to Indonesia again because he'd had to do it before because he's a manager par excellence.
Captain Bligh.
It's just fucking awesome. There's a picture of him hiding under a bed when they go to arrest him. It was the photography of the times.
So it was a drawing, yes.
Effectively, they would have had to get him to pose. I can't imagine. It would have been awkward because they would have busted into his house and the artist would have been, stay there.
That's like the old Blackadder.
Elbow back.
Yeah. It's the old Blackadder joke where they blackmail someone with a painting of his depraved sexual antics. And he says, oh, can I keep the painting? He goes, yes, don't bother destroying it. I've kept the preliminary sketches.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I've kept the preliminary sketches. Chris, probably everyone's been talking about how I actually talked to a good friend of mine who's a comic who just recently divorced his politician wife. Basically, and he was saying what amazed him was there was a press conference basically with this rapist from the Liberal Party, and he was going, I didn't do nothing. And he was visibly crushed, not because he was going to get into trouble, because he wasn't. He was simply not going to get into trouble. Not because he was going to fall on hard times, because he wasn't. Because he wasn't going to get his shot at Prime Minister. That was his gut punch. And to think that people live with this mentality of a right to rule, right to ascend, and that to have their ascension blocked is the worst fear they have. Not everyone else's fear, like you'll be held to account. Not that. No, God, no. He was never going to be held to account. And the thing is, he's right. He's not going to be held to account. He's not going to be fucking made to do anything about it. And if he is, it's going to be very minor. Unless the political situation here changes in the time that it takes for him to get process of law, and then they'll fucking hurt him. And they'll take all his shit off him. But we'll see. Angry.
Yeah.
Something you might be interested in.
Yeah.
I've been going to the the Federal Labor site.
Yeah.
Going to their press and reading their press releases.
Yeah.
And you quite rightly say that young Albo hasn't been aggressive enough.
Yeah.
In his condemnation of the government. If you read the press releases that he and others have been putting out, you'll find they're quite vehement, but no one's running them.
Yeah,
So,
it's not so much that he's not attacking them. He has been in Parliament since this cavalcade of shit show stories about the Liberal Party's vile treatment of women have come out. He's been making some good speeches. The thing he shits me for is he doesn't stand for anything. He doesn't get out there and go, Labor will do the following. You should vote for Labor because the greatness we will bring. That's why he shits me, because he doesn't stand.
It would be good to do that.
Yeah, it would actually.
But no matter what he does,
doesn't sound like a very good Labour Party.
Didn't they try that at the last election? Like they actually did stand for a few things.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're seeing that everyone's read their policy document where they do say what we stand for. Because that could be a problem too. One
of the problems
the
that
trouble
they're
with
up
Parliament
against.
House is it's a bunker. It's literally 4 stories underground and 2 above, and you can't see anything except your own gang. So each sort of opposition's got their own underground place, and the government's got their own underground place. They meet in the bar cafeteria and the lawn. But the lawn is also different because one of the lawns is the ministerial lawn, and only ministers are allowed to go there. And the other one is the greater parliamentary lawn, and it's so open that it's windy and cold, so no one goes there. So you're unlikely to interact. And the press are only allowed to go to various places, so they don't know what's going on. No one knows what's going on, and no one has this good feeling of what's going on outside the building. It's very enclosing. It's a huge building. It's a fucking enormous building. And since you're spending most of your time underground, you're not getting a sense of there's an out there. The Prime Minister's office is sunken. And they did that deliberately so that no one could shoot the fucker.
That's not fair.
No,
I wasn't going to do it. Who said I was going to do it?
Do it. Everyone said you were going to pay me to do it, and you are going to pay me.
Yes, definitely.
I'm going half, man.
Yeah.
Fuck this.
No.
I'm going half.
All right. I'm coming back in a minute.
All right. So anyway,
let's talk bad about Angry now.
Hey.
Hey.
Fucking easy to do. Look at his fucking head. I mean, I might have no bottom teeth because I smashed them in a fit of rage.
Oh, right? No.
Yeah, no, in a fit of rage. Boss of the house looked at me funny, and I went, growl, clean up the house, bitch motherfucker. And he hit me. None of this happened, by the way. I was cleaning and dropped him on.
Clarified
that. I put a towel down so to stop my teeth from breaking, and there's a little bit of water in the sink to stop them in the sink hard, and it fell right on the edge of the sink and cracked. I was going,
damn.
No! And then I rang up the dentist people and said, okay, so you got to fix my teeth, right? And they're usually pretty good. They'll do it on the day. And they said, yeah, 3 weeks till you get a call back. And 5 weeks till you get them done. And I'm going, fuck you, I'll be taking them back to the dental hospital. And then I said, I think I've got an appointment. And they've looked it up and gone, oh, yeah, you've got one in like 2 weeks for a whole new set of dentures. I'm going, maybe I'll wait till then. So, yeah, I'm getting new teeth.
Congratulations.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
AIDS, you get new teeth, you're like a crocodile. Humans can't do that normally. Get new teeth.
What's that?
You getting new
Humans
teeth.
don't normally get new teeth.
Yeah, so you're like a crocodile or something. I think crocodiles, don't they get new teeth or something?
I'm like a shark.
Not sure.
What fucking knows
Is it sharks?
Going through
Sharks
the ocean.
do.
Ah,
Yeah. A little bit
well, I just look dumb.
fucking eating tuna and fucking bodyboarders.
Man, that Australian accent's really coming out right now.
Western Australia.
Fucking oath, mate.
Love it.
And
Yeah, I know Angry keeps bashing you up.
Angry does keep bashing me.
Just because you like it.
No, you say I like it, but I don't like it, and then I later on I get confused because when the cops say, "Did you want him to bash you?" and I go, "No, he said I did."
I stand over you wearing naught but a leather jock strap and carrying a leather riding crop and saying, "Tell me you want it. Tell me you want it."
I'm just imagining if someone.
It's weird.
Oh
I mean,
God,
you know,
nightmares tonight.
sometimes I think it's my fault.
Shieldsy, if you hear creaking noises, is it going to be a possum in the roof? Or is it Aidsy and Angry coming around to have their way with you?
As long as they give you a reach around, you can't complain too much.
Look, Chris, that's just common decency.
Oh God, I can see you with one of those little leather hats on, and
I'm just imagining if someone who hasn't been on this channel before happened across this video at the point where this stuff came out.
They're not coming back. They're not coming back.
No, they're gone. They're gone.
No, they look at me and go, "Who's that sexy motherfucker?"
Well, they would say that.
Around for him.
I mean, yeah.
I've not seen him on the cover of Vogue. Yes, I did.
Yes.
Every second month.
That's it.
Was every month until he started arcing up, going, "It can't be every fucking month, people." There's royals. There's fucking other models. There's models who've been bashed. Get them. Right?
Yeah.
You know, do a human interest story once in a while. Not about Ethiopia.
Oh, dear.
You know, put me on the cover every second month. And they'll go, "Yeah, that's it." And then they'll go, "Yeah, we'll come back with this." You know, because hearing the man speak is different to watching the man do the pout on the magazine.
Blue Steel, yeah.
Watch this. This is like me putting a vacuum cleaner up my ass.
You can always trust AG to create really graphic images that none of us asked for.
Yeah. That reach around line just reminded me of Lee Ermey in the Kubrick movie Full Metal Jacket about Vietnam, where he's the drill sergeant who's just non-stop abusing the grunts. And he's saying, like, someone he doesn't like the look of someone. He goes, "You look like the sort of son of a bitch who'd fuck his buddy up the ass and not even give him the common decency of a reach around." That is one of the funniest bits of abuse I have ever heard.
And
what the motherfucker was that? We don't know. We really don't know what that was.
What was what?
I think it was. I think she's might have just come back to see AZ doing the vacuum cleaner thing.
Yeah,
Texas, holy fuck! Only steers and queers come from Texas, and that kind of.
Sorry, Doctor, what did you
How's
say?
it go?
No, only two things come from Texas, boy.
Texas,
steers and queers. And I don't see any horns.
So that kind of narrows it down.
Planes come from Texas.
But then there was that great revolting Cox track from the early 90s. Beers, steers, and queers.
Yeah, that's right.
And they had, if that wasn't tasteless enough, they did release a version on a 12-inch single, which I have. It's like a hillbilly version, and they just have recordings from the movie Deliverance of the hillbillies going, "You got a pretty mouth, boy. You're city slicker. Gonna make you squeal like a pig, boy.
Gonna make you squeal like a pig, boy."
And then it just goes off into this crazed hillbilly song: beers, stairs, and queers. But hey, that's my misspent youth. What's everyone else been up to?
The hills have eyes. The hills have eyes, mate. In the eastern suburbs, when I was there for a little while when I was homeless, I used to call the kids out there the children of the golden corn because they were beautiful, but fucked up.
Yeah.
In the
Not
sense
good.
that they would wander around the tracks stealing copper. Or pissing on points, so that as the trains went past, there'd be a massive fucking short.
Nice.
As they would do things like, and I saw them. I was on the train, and I saw them putting big rocks on the other track. So, train. As the other train came past, it'd either derail or jump, and I'm just going, shouldn't you? And I pressed the button and said to the driver, should you maybe call that in? And he's gone, don't worry, already done. Okay, sorry for pressing the button. He said, no. It only disappoints me that only 3 people did. Fuck, because it was a longish train, you know.
Yep.
And it was pretty obvious what they were doing. It's like, oh, we're going to derail a train. It's going to be great. And it's like,
I was like the kids out in the suburbs who were near an expressway, and there's a footbridge above the expressway, and they throw rocks off the expressway at the cars going 100 miles an hour.
Had that happen to me.
Yeah.
I was going down. Which was it?
I was aiming
for the freeway that goes from Greensboro to the west. Part of the ring road, part of the northern ring road, I think it's called. Yeah. Right. Anyway, it was late at night, and I just I'm zipping down. I just had an emergency call from a friend who said they were out somewhere, they needed help. So I jumped in the car. It was like midnight, racing down this freeway, go under an underpass. All of a sudden, I hear this almighty bang, and I was like, what the fuck was that? And I saw something hit the molding on the side of the windscreen. I get off the freeway, eventually stop, have a look, and there's this huge dent in the molding and just bits of rock in it. And if it was 1 centimeter over, it would have gone through the windscreen. Fuck, I was lucky.
I reckon when you catch somebody doing something like that, corporal fucking punishment.
They're psychos, mate. Corporal punishment. These kids are probably being beaten senseless by their fucking alcoholic parents or step parents.
Whatever their excuse.
Violence doesn't work. Violence doesn't work.
So here's the thing I'd like to point out. The first case that when this caused a fatality, the kids involved in that had to go through years of therapy because they realized what they'd done and killed someone. And it fucked them up.
Consequential thinking. They're not good at consequential thinking.
Yeah, kids just don't have their brains are just not wired for that.
Which is why we need to focus on making sure they know that doing shit like that is a really fucking bad idea.
It's the wrong thing to do.
Wrong thing to do.
Okay, yeah, like the corporal punishment after the fact won't stop them having caused that damage, obviously. So, preventative, basically. More, what the fuck were those kids doing out at that hour is another good question.
Well, yeah, there's no accounting for bad parenting.
Ooh, sorry, I'm just on a brighter note.
Maybe we should issue the corporal punishment to the parents.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, yeah. Yeah, they probably enjoy that.
So my point was that the kids, at least these kids that I heard about, were punished enough by their own self-conscious, like their own, like their conscience.
Well, yeah, when
they also got charged and
there was
had legal punishment. But yeah, the parents absolutely need to be like the family situation needs to be examined.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So Angry, what's your good news?
Oh, the good news! Kirsten just came back. She gets to tell her mum that going home. I assume that's to Western Australia. You're getting to finally make a trip back to Western Australia after all the fucking annoying state border closures in the last year. And I say that not in the Scott Morrison sense. I think the majority of the border closures were for a good reason. But I'm just saying, it's kind of annoying that we're in this horrible global pandemic that makes things like that necessary. Not in the Scott Morrison whingy bastard. Don't do that.
Yeah, I think it's okay to acknowledge that something is fucked without necessarily downplaying the importance of it. Like, you can say the situation sucks. It's not necessarily saying that it shouldn't, like the leaders shouldn't be protecting our safety by doing these things. It just sucks that they have to.
Yes.
And you can
also Morrison claiming credit for how well we did just like gets me, because it was all the state governments who did all the work.
Well, he's a typical Tory in that regard, isn't he?
That he cut their funding as fucking COVID was happening. He cut their funding as it was happening.
Yeah.
Because as they were telling fucking Andrews what a cunt he was, he turned around and fucking said, can I have some more cash for masks? And because I can import them from Taiwan. And ScoMo's turned around and said, oh, no, we won't be doing that. And then Andrews has gone, I need masks. And he's going, oh, no, we won't be doing that. He said, oh, okay. And so he sequestered other budgetary stuff and got them anyway. And apparently ScoMo was furious that he went over his head. And it was like, no, I fucking got my own money and did it, and go and get fucked and you can give me some more money. Anyway, it worked out that the public opinion told him that he had to. But he was going to let us burn. He was going to let us fucking burn. And
again,
Berejiklian fucking sent us the plague ship. And fucking what was that about?
I don't know. Do you guys like smoothies? I can't stop thinking about a strawberry smoothie.
Smoothies are great.
Smoothies are great.
My meal replacements are smoothies.
Can I just say, there is one thing that ScoMo and the Libs do inspire me on, and that is I find inspiration for bigger support for birth control.
Retrospective birth control. Yeah,
my fucking oath, retrospective. I think it's not too late for that late-term abortion for that cunt.
No,
I'm getting the smoothie tomorrow. It's going to be $5. It's going to be a large, but I'm getting it. It's going to be good.
Look, I like chocolate smoothies where you get milk and ice cream and put chocolate chunks and chocolate syrup in, and then grind, and the fruit is the cacao bean. With a lot of shea butter and sugar and dairy products. It's very healthy for you, and it promotes the well-being and purifies the toxins in the blood. Also, if you're lactose intolerant, it gives you a high colonic.
Sorry, that's like that. I still think the worst thing Homer Simpson ever said in The Simpsons, one of the early series, he goes into the Quickie Mart and says to Apu, "Hey Apu, you got any of those chips that give you diarrhea? I need to do a bit of spring cleaning." And just like, that's not good.
Yeah. God, I can't wait.
Opening a new bottle of Mac. That is
new bottle of stuff. I am drinking sparkling water currently, actually. Lemonade flavored.
I'm drinking blackberry gin and soda.
Ooh, nice.
Ooh.
Nice. I'm going to make...
Very nice.
So I'm going to switch off my microphone again while I do it. Because all this thing I've made is this. I'm not going to be able. This luckily we do go for 5 hours on a Friday night because it's going to take that long for this drink to be ready. It's really slowly filtering through. But I'm going to make an adult Easter treat. Like, you know, instead of it just being chocolate, I'm going to christen it an old-fashioned banana sundae. Because banana sundae is like banana and chocolate and nuts, and an old-fashioned is just whiskey with sweetener and bitters. So it's going to have a whiskey base, and then I'm going to use banana liqueur, chocolate liqueur, and nut liqueur, all with the whiskey. And
you're going to nut on it.
Yeah. You missed the real double entendre option because I didn't actually say it on the stream, but I said at the video I had to use a nut milk bag as part of the process of making it. You can't refer to a nut milk bag without going, As
you were talking about Easter twist, up here we got a was it Coffee Club at the Hyperdome who at Easter they get the Cadbury Easter bunnies.
Yeah.
And they chop off the tops and they make milkshakes in them.
That's so good. That's so good.
They constantly sell out of them.
God, now I want to do that. I want to go out. God, I want to get one.
Do it for the Easter cocktail.
Well, that's what this one. God, now I want to do that. Go out and get a thing. Chop ears off an Easter bunny and make a creamy cocktail and pour it inside the Easter bunny.
And then they put whipped cream on the top.
Oh my God!
Actually, chop him off so he's got like a
fucking epic
craniotomy, and have some kind of foam that looks like his brain with the straw in, and it'll look like the true meaning of Easter.
Yes.
You guys got in trouble for calling Jesus a zombie because I didn't understand Sunday school.
A Jewish zombie.
Yeah, I called him a zombie because I'm like, they're like, so he's dead. He came back to life, and I'm like,
how is that not a zombie?
Yeah. They're like, no. You know, because he's God's son, and I'm like, but he's a zombie. She's like, no, you don't understand. If it's dead and it comes back to life, it's a zombie. I saw that movie. And she's like, why don't you go upstairs to your parents and we'll talk after.
Yeah. I always say Happy Zombie Jesus Day.
I always say that.
I always say Happy Isaac Newton's birthday.
When's his birthday?
25th of December.
Oh, right.
Makes him the Messiah. Hello.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Zombie Messiah here. Yeah.
Oh, shit. Yeah, you have been back from the dead.
No, Heptuple Messiah. Thank you.
Oh, my God.
My best mate's knocked on heaven's door a couple of times, too.
Should I kneel?
On the third day, he said, you can all suck my cock.
Should I bow?
Something in that for everyone.
Yes.
Bowing. You can't see it.
Don't look so disgusted, Dr. Abigail. I mean, come on, man.
I'm smirking. I'm not disgusted.
Oh, good.
That was an indulgent smirk.
Yeah.
Just from my angle, I just look like you're going, I don't want to suck his cock. And I'm going, no, you would like it. You would like it. You'd go, ooh, there's actually some shape around here that I wouldn't have expected. Ooh, is that a lump or a twist of, ooh, and and there'd be, I'm not.
You got to stop before I get too much. I get too overheated and just.
Edsy, despite your best efforts in marketing, I'm sorry to tell you, brother, I'm still not buying your product.
He does market pretty hard. Yeah,
he's a good marketer. I'm telling you that.
Goes for that hard sell.
That I'll be Minister of Re-Education. So, mate, sometimes there's not a buying going on. There's a learning going on, you know?
I'm sure you know exactly what I'm saying.
I think I know exactly what you're saying, but I'm sure that you're going to fucking learn.
Just open your mind and suck the dick.
Not even open.
There are some aspects I'm prepared to keep a closed mind on.
Solitary now. In 3 years, you've lost a little bit of weight and you're a bit pale. Would you like to hang up the right way? Okay, your teeth have been smashed out. How about sucking the cock and you can join the other kids? We'll even let you have a shower after you've been crapping upside down for 6 months. I'm just saying, there's technique. There's technique. Hey,
I'll take you at your word, AZ, but I'll take your word for it, but I'm not taking anything else from you.
You've been told, son. You've been told.
Which is fucking fair enough too. You know what North Koreans used to do is they used to get a swimming pool, yeah, and put someone in a wetsuit, and black out, you know, like scuba goggles, and put scuba, you know, mouthpiece on them up to oxygen, and then chain them in a swimming pool. And basically, after 3 days of sensory deprivation like that, they got nice. Hell yes. After 3 days of sensory deprivation, they would basically do anything you wanted. I'm thinking that because I've been told I've got to go swimming again. And as those who know me will know that is something I hate with a passion bordering on religion. And so I'll be swimming as of next week. Not happy. Anyway, so yeah, I will have access to a pool and I can talk my way in there at night. So anyone you want to have maybe have their attitude adjusted just for a few bucks, talk to me. I know how it's done. I know the right words to say. Dear leader comes to mind. So you yank them out of the pool, you give them something to eat, and then you read them from the little red book and then strap back in the pool. 3 days is all it takes. So yeah.
All right. I'm just switching off my microphone again to make another video. So that's all right.
All right.
Okay, let's talk bad about him again.
Angry's fucked for so many reasons. He wears a tie.
Hey, man, good at that.
What?
See what happens when you're under him?
Oh, I know what happens when I'm under him. You know,
there's some very graphic images being created tonight.
Anyway, I was going to say, Dr. Abigail, there was something in the scientific news this week, and what did you think about it? And you'll have to remind me what it was.
I haven't been abridged of the news. Say hello, Bella. She's a bit washed out because I got the light on.
Oh.
And I heard she better not claw my new dress because the fabric is very delicate. No, I've been like in like hideous amounts of pain this week.
Drugs,
chronic pain, and I haven't been keeping up with any news at all.
Oh, I remember what it was. There was a fucking huge asteroid that was Earth crossing, and all of the astronomers said, "Yeah, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it." Everyone's gone. It's coming between us and the moon. It's coming fairly close, and the astronomers are going, "No, don't worry about it." And I don't know if you know, but every time something comes close enough to a planetary border object and then goes round again, it gets a bit closer because of gravitation, and a bit closer, and a bit closer, and a bit closer. And if it's fucking huge and it gets a bit closer every time, aren't we just kicking the can down the road?
Well, orbital mechanics are a bit more complicated than that.
Not really. Not really. What is it?
Yeah. Well, okay. So have you heard of the three body problem? Have you heard of the three body problem?
I have, and it's a doozy. And I like to tell Christians the three body problem when they talk about how perfect.
You just build a rocket, make sure it goes gives more force than the force of gravity, and you're done. There you go. You're in orbit. Merry Christmas.
If the three body problem can't be solved, imagine the 10 body problem, which is that's just the planets and the large objects. There's so much shit flying around. An asteroid could just passes close. That's fine. It alters its trajectory. It could go fucking anywhere after that. But if NASA and all the astronomers are saying don't worry about it, then either 100% we're fine or 100% we're fucked.
Either way,
if you see him jumping on the space shuttle or something and suddenly disappearing, we know what's wrong.
Going fuck off to the moon, we could be in shit here. Because Elon Musk has said, I will never go on a rocket. And if you see him going, I'm testing this one out to the moon.
I am excited for our annihilation.
The Dragon 15. That's a new one, isn't it? Yeah. Didn't you want to test it first? Not today. Today it's going to be fine. We've checked it. And then you see fucking heads of state going, I wanted to go too on the SLS.
Yeah.
Fucking take off at once and you go,
it'd be nice to watch our annihilation from an asteroid. Poetic. Can't wait.
It's not like we don't deserve it.
It's Christmas floating around the moon, which has been a new experience for me. I wonder upon you all there on the good earth and think and hope that you're having a lovely Christmas with your fam. Do I have to keep going? It's starting to burn really hard now. There was a book by Ben Elton, called Stark.
Quite a big difference between those two, just saying.
It was all about how the environment was fucked, and a whole bunch of people pissed off on rockets, as did his girlfriend, and they, I think the Queen went. And there's been another movie I saw where they put everyone on ships, these huge ships that they had in China. That
was 2012.
I think so.
Maybe 2012. It was an awful.
It's a shocker. It was a shock, and we saw the one for the world leaders, and it was never said, but there was a woman with a whole bunch of corgis who walked on ships. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I still believe that they sent young Harry away to Canada/America to spread out the royal family because of COVID. Because COVID in Britain is a lot nastier than it ever was here. And I think they deliberately split it up. I think there was probably friction between the families.
The theory is not unmerited.
Sent him away to go, we need a branch that is not in this country. And you can't have the royal family away from the country because that shows disloyalty. But what you can have is the lucky coincidence that one of the heirs is safe when everyone else dies. And I think that's what they did, because him and his brother were fucking arm in arm. When their mother died, they were on their own, and they fucking had each other. And they've always been fucking there for one another. As soon as anyone gets near William, fucking Harry punches on. And just quietly, anyone gets near Harry, William fucking gets the boot in. When the press get into Harry, fucking William fucking starts to fucking lay in. Does things like quietly has press accreditations removed. And all of a sudden, there's this big fight that we know nothing about, and he's gone. And it's like, no, I don't buy it. Has that crossed anyone else's mind? Or, because I mean, I'm talking about it in terms of COVID-19 and the fear that it has for people who would have access to high level medical intelligence. I'm talking about the British strain in particular. The Australian strain, thank fuck, looks like it's burning itself out. Because we are in Victoria allowed to not mask up in shops now, aren't we? As of tonight.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That is correct.
Even after I'm vaccinated,
I just went to a pub today. No one was wearing a mask.
I think it's going to take me probably a real long time to not wear a cloth mask. I don't know. It feels weird.
I always have one with me nowadays, so
I just
I
don't feel comfortable without it. It's weird.
So
that's fair.
One on. But I have one of those ones that's like a cowboy mask, and I pop the tail down, have the earloops on, and I just put it up when I go to rob the bank, and then pop it down again when I want to breathe. But I sweat like crazy because I'm claustrophobic. Well, no, I'm not. I am claustrophobic, but I hate being confined because I got buried in a trench. Who knows this already? No? All right. When I was 15, I was helping my father dig a trench in Bruce Stadium. And we were putting in new toilets because they were going to put the rugby on and they needed to update the facilities. And we had to put these drains in at 4 metres down. In Canberra, the soils are clay. They're very sticky and they hold together. For some fucking reason on Bruce Ridge, the soil is sand. Who knows why? Beautiful digging, but fucking you don't want to be in it. And so you have to have trench shoring, right? And trench shoring is these great metal boxes that you put in, and it keeps the trench away from you, and you put the pipe in, and then you move it along into the next dugout section, and you work in safety. Anyway, my old man decides to put in wooden shoring that he buys. He buys marine ply and puts in blocks of wood underneath and blocks of wood up the top. The drain is finished, and he wants to get his shoring out. And I'm going, cool. And he says, oh, we've got to get the blocks of wood out from the bottom. And I'm going, they're blocks of wood. They're not expensive. He says, well, I paid for them. And I went, no, you scavenged them off this building site. I saw you do that. And then you cut them, and then you put them in. Yeah, but they're mine, and I want them. All right, off you go get them. No, you go get them. So I'm going, fine. I go down and I say, now what's going to happen, of course, is I'm going to take these blocks out and the shoring's going to come in. He says, yeah, and I'm going to take the shoring out with the tractor. And I'm going, How about we take me out, then we take the shoring out? And he says, no, it won't work like that because the blocks will be in and it might it might fucking bury the shoring. If it buries the shoring, just stay with me on this one. If it buries the shoring, I will be within that, and I will also be buried. Are you with me on this one? Are you with me on this one? And he's gone, I don't care. And basically, he's so anyway, I'm down there and I'm fucking taking these blocks of wood out and I'm throwing them out, going, motherfucker. And the safety was this: the digger arm was down in front of me, and if anything happened, I was to run, grab hold of the digger arm, and be dragged up the 4 meters. It's actually technically not a bad idea, right? Okay, so I'm in there. The shoring's out. I've thrown the last block of wood out as it happens. I fucking was hoping that there was more in there, but it wasn't. I'd actually done everything I was supposed to. And fuck me, the trench starts to come in, and I'm going, fuck this, I'm out of here. And I'm running, and there's a shovel, sitting in the trench, and it's fucking sitting at an angle in the trench. The walls have come in, and it's like a lap sash seatbelt. I've dived forward to grab the digger, and it's gone boom, and I'm going, no. And fucking bang, down it's come, 4 meters worth. And I had this bubble of air. Every time I talk about it, I get fucking sweaty under my lip. I had this bubble sort of air. And I was like, what? I knew that they weren't going to fucking leave me there. I mean, like 4 blokes seen me go under. But I didn't know how long it was going to take them to get me out. It was a lot of weight. And I decided not to breathe out using my chest. I just kept my chest up because I thought the moment I fucking let my chest cage go down, I'll never get it up again. And so eventually I started to realize I'm breathing in carbon dioxide. And I'm going, you know what? That's all right. That'll calm me down.
And that drug you a bit, yeah.
And I'm just fucking freaking out. And the next fear was I could hear the digger, because it's the only efficient way to do it, is to get the digger in, to get the dirt off me. And the next fear was I'm going to have a digger go through my fucking spine. And I was just shitting myself. I think I might have even pissed myself. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Anyway, eventually, happily,
understandable.
Diggers come through and kicked my heel, and cut. Took a chunk out of my heel. And one of the guys seen it and went, oi, and then they dug, and I'm dragged out of there, and I'm like, get me the fuck out of here.
That's not the sort of thing that gives you any lasting trauma.
No,
of course not.
I'm good with that now. In fact, Andrew's seen me in many situations where I've gone, yes, I'll go in there quite happily.
Yeah, no. Closed spaces, 80's fine. Yeah.
Oh, fine with confinement. With confinement, I'm all over it. Anyway, so I fucking got out of there, and I am ready to, punch this guy. And he's
that's reasonable.
Said, where's your fucking boot? And I've gone, pardon? And he's gone, where's your fucking boot? And I've gone, probably in there. And he's gone, well, they're expensive. And I've gone, I imagine they are. I imagine also that that's my day today. I'm finished. And he's gone, it's only 3:00. And I said, we started at 7, technically an 8-hour day. Yeah, but we've got to finish this off. And I said, the trench is backfilled quite handsomely. We're done. Anyway, he's gone, no, we're fucking gonna. And the rest of the guys turned around and said, nah, George, I think we're done, mate. I think we're done. And
is this guy still alive? Because the question that comes to my mind is why? Why is he still alive? Because
when I was 17 years old,
like
finishing off high school, me and
he should have had the shit beaten out of him, and then once you finished beating the shit out of him, beat the living piss out of him as well, and then just to be sure, kick his fucking guts in.
Interestingly enough, when I was 17 and I was nearing the end of year 12, me and my mother were deciding that I should go to uni. My bro was going to become an apprentice plumber, but I should go to uni. And we quietly organised it so that it wasn't going to be a uni that was close to Canberra. It was going to be at least 2 hours away. The reason why was that it had got to the point where if we stayed in the same house, me or my old man were going to kill each other. It wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when.
Yeah.
And it made more sense for me to move out. And so he kept on bitching and moaning and going, couldn't you fucking stay somewhere closer so it's not so expensive? And I would snap back with something like, couldn't you sell your boat so it's not so expensive? And he said, that boat's giving you fucking hours of pleasure. And one day I'll tell you stories about the boat.
Yeah, we've had the overboard story, which is a good one.
Again, why is this, like, how did this cunt survive this long? Because, I try to stand by fairly Christian principles, about forgiveness and grace. But fuck that guy. Well, that's the sort of guy I would like to go postal style decapitating with a fucking shovel.
I've never said fucking this out loud publicly. But one day I was in my mum and dad's bedroom naked with a knife, ready to stab the cunt to death. And I looked over and I saw my mum asleep there and I thought, this would really upset her. This would fuck up her day.
What would you want to do? I mean, it's one thing to kill a guy. You were standing there naked, covered in blood.
It's the one thing to kill a guy. It's another thing to ruin somebody else's day. I mean, like, come on.
You know what I mean?
You see, I get that. That makes
another victim. That's fucked.
That's not fair.
Anyway, so I went, what are you fucking doing? Go to bed. And so that reminds me, drugs.
If you want that boat to really give you some pleasure, you take him out in that boat and then stab him out to sea and drop him off.
No, fucking, we always went where people were watching us. There was always other boats out there. We got seen taking the shark into the boat. We were a story for about 3 weeks afterwards. It was like we were the interesting guys who brought the actual shark into the boat without shooting it first. Every boat has a shotgun in it, specifically to shoot the shark in the back of the head, so that then you bring the shark in, so it doesn't, I don't know, do the thing to our boat and us and me. Unbelievable.
Sorry. Also, AZ, just very briefly, I want to say a proper hello to Laura, who joined us.
Hi, Laura. Hi there. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. So the guys basically at the end of the cave-in said, yeah, George, we've had enough today. And we're going on. And then my mum conspired to get me out of there. And I say that Bathurst was my last offer. It wasn't. I had 3 offers. I had one from Nepean, which you didn't sort of like, and one from Wollongong, which was Wollongong. And then I had one from Bathurst. And the reason I took Bathurst was in the morning of the audition. And you see the same people auditioning as you go round. Yeah? As you go around New South Wales auditioning, you see the same people over and over again. You get to sort of know them. You do when they end up in your class. Anyway, I was there in this. I was there early in this, having a smoke and calming down, and this janitor bloke came up, and he had some teas in his mouth, and he had some fucking international roast, big fucking pot of it,
coffee,
fucking foam cups, and fucking sugar and a fucking 2 litre of milk. And I'm going, fucking hell. And I said, mate, fuck, can I give you a hand? And he went, yeah, actually, you can take these fucking keys. And I've got him. And he said, look for W3 2. And I've gone, righto. And put it in there and open it up. And I said, can I grab some of this? And he said, no, I got it. And he's hobbled over to the table and pulled on the table. And he's touched the urn and gone, oh, fucking no one's even turned it on. Turned on the urn and looked at it and gone, oh, come on, we'll get a bucket of water. So I go with him and I've gone, fucking beauty. The janitor's here. Janitors know everything. So I've pumped this janitor full of information going, so these auditions are on today. And he says, yeah, they're on today. I said, these lecturer blokes, what are they looking for?
Sorry, hang on a sec. I think Abigail has to.
A Grasshopper wants the link.
Oh, jeez. I've only put it there twice.
I know, but he's probably on.
I'm your slave. I'm a slave. I'm just a fucking slave. I'm just going to put it there again. I'm just going to say, like, Easter coming up, Jesus being crucified, nothing compared to me having to put the link there again.
You're so oppressed.
If you want to talk about
crumb of oppression,
if you want to talk about oppression, white men, let me tell you, they are oppressed.
Okay.
White cis men.
When will straight white cis men catch a break? That's what
I mean. Really.
Will straight acting,
there are people on the internet who say that. Sorry.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know there's people on the internet say that. I just can't. I can't.
When will straight acting, white acting men?
Yes. I like the idea of white acting, not just straight acting, but white acting men.
Angry. He specifically wanted it on Facebook.
It's on, look, it's not on the fucking Angry Aussie Facebook. If you're not friends with me on Facebook, then that's your fault, Grasshopper.
I'm just going to text him the link. I'm just going to...
Or do that. Or
I will do your work for you.
Yes. Because when has a woman ever done anything for a man? No. Okay?
Please don't clip any part of this conversation.
Yes, I was about to say.
For the love of God.
Because you can do that on Twitch. You can clip little bits from
streams. Oh, man.
And one of the dudes who found me on Twitch clipped some really funny ones. Because he's like, it's the dude who is moving in with his girlfriend and he's only 21. And he said, have you got any tips? And I went, well, you need to listen. You need to be open. But honestly, oral sex is a big part of making a relationship. And
not just oral sex.
On Twitch.
You get to that stage, you got to be having good sex. Otherwise, it ain't going to work out.
Yeah.
Oh, Will.
Especially when you're 21. Jesus.
For 3 years. And it worked out fine. Honey, can we? No, I don't feel like it. Okay. That was in my uni days. I've since learned, you get 3 honeys. I don't feel like it. It's like, oh, okay, there's the door. Fuck off.
Yeah. Well, because we used to, when we were in Bathurst, some people lived on campus, but a lot of people lived in shared houses in town. And I don't know, someone a dude who was in my house, we shared a house. There were us 3 dudes in a house. And I ended up in a relationship with a very lovely woman. And but then that house got closed down, and a whole bunch of other people were moving into like 7 people moving into this house. It was so big. And a few people, and someone asked this dude, Christian, what was it like living with Angry? And this guy is great to live with. Oh, are you okay with loud sex noises? And they told me afterwards, like, oh, yeah, we asked Christian for an endorsement. And he said, so long as you're okay with loud sex noises, you'll be fine.
I think the appropriate response to that is, why doesn't he use headphones?
Exactly. And here's Grasshopper.
There he is.
Hey, guys. How are you?
All this talk of sex, I'm struggling to remember what that was like.
Actually, I'm still kind of stuck. I'm still kind of stuck on this whole, what has a woman ever done for a man thing? Because like I'm still coming up with a blank on that.
Like all the emotional labor I perform, and
I don't know, give birth, raise you most of the time, provide your food most of the time.
Yeah.
No. Hey, actually, I am the cook in my household. Like, hey, Suffer. The reason why I'm the cook is like, as much as I love my wife to tears, she could ruin cereal. So, but on that same token, I'm also going to be really careful with the sexism and the misogyny, even if it is in a joking sense, because Abigail will be up here in the not too distant future, and she will smack me.
She will make you pay.
She will take you down.
Hard.
Abigail,
it's only a matter of
real
time
hard.
misogynistic jokes and then takes them out of context. And
I just heard my name being mentioned.
That's okay.
Sorry, nobody.
It's like the old Homer, one of the great Homer Simpson lines when Lisa wants him to help with a school project, and Homer just goes, "Oh, if it's not one thing or another, first I have to take your mother to the hospital to have you delivered, and now this."
I was watching a great basketball game, and then all of a sudden, labor.
Yeah.
Have I ever told you the story about Will being born?
But tell us, please.
Okay, so my partner was very pregnant. She still had like a week or two, I think like a week and a half to go. Yeah. Like she was like a week, or even a couple of days. Like it was soon. It was so she was just going to the hospital for a checkup, right? In the meantime, I was going to a developers conference, which are always fun. They're always great. Lots of nerds talking about programming and shit. But the keynote speaker was the guy who wrote the software that I used to write software. So his name was Danny Thorpe, and he wrote like after Anders Hallsberg left Borland, he took over writing Delphi, the Object Pascal, basically.
Wow, yeah.
So anyway, he was the guy, and I gave my partner specific instructions. Do not go into labor today of all days.
Yeah, fair, absolutely fair.
Cannot.
That's how it works.
So, literally 5 minutes before Danny Thorpe was about to start talking, I get the call.
Of course.
I get the call. And she was just going in for a checkup. All of a sudden, labor happened, and I missed it. I missed.
Oh.
Yeah.
I never let her.
I'll kick the kid to the curb.
William knows this story because I will not let him forget it.
You tell him.
Yeah. The address on YouTube.
Sorry?
Has some work to do.
What?
Has William found the address on YouTube?
What address?
The
keynote. Oh no, it wasn't filmed. Not many of these things are filmed.
Back in this is
and this was in 2005. William was born in 2005, so
when digital cameras weren't that easy.
And look, I did end up getting to see Danny Thorpe again the next year.
Okay.
And we even shared a drink at the bar at the uni that the conference was being held at. So there was that, but I'll still never let him forget it. Ever.
No. Nor should you.
My goddaughters are very aware of when my when their mother was in hospital giving birth. I was actually there, and like after the birth was finished, and everybody's kind of lying down and calming down and all of that. I was in the room with their mother, and she just kind of looked at me sleepily and just went, "So, did you have anything else planned for tonight? And I looked at her and I went, look, you ruined a great night. I was going to sit on my fat ass at home. I was going to eat pizza. I was going to watch a movie. But no, you decided to bring life into the world. And your problems are bigger than everybody else's. Because I just had to drop everything and, just be there, and just completely rubbed it in. And if she wasn't so sedated... Yeah, if she wasn't so sedated, she totally would have gotten out of the bed and strangled me with something.
My little brother.
Just very quickly, for my eldest goddaughter's 18th birthday, the 21st, people send around the key or the teddy bear or whatever to get signed from people and whatnot. And hers was the key, and I wrote in the key, "You ruined a perfectly good night of watching movies and eating pizza."
Imagine the movie you could have watched.
So
it was the Crow. Actually, it was the Crow.
Oh,
that's a good movie.
That's a fucking good.
That
movie.
is a good movie.
One of my favorite all timers.
So you want a good story?
Well,
I would make her get her high school friends, girls, and laugh the Crow for you.
Sorry, what were you trying to say, Laura?
Yeah, my brother is 14, almost 15 years younger than I am because he's my half brother.
Yeah. Right.
There's 8 years difference between my mum and my dad, the stepdad, that is. Anyway, so what happened was mum goes into labour and she's at the hospital, but it took a while. So we went to visit her, and then all of a sudden she's like, "Oh, okay." And next thing you know, she just swept off. I didn't understand the relevance because I didn't know what happens in the giving birth stuff. I mean, I did sex education. They didn't teach us things like that. But anyway, so what happened was Dad's with Mum, and I'm shepherded off to family friends, and to keep us occupied, I ended up playing Monopoly. I also call it monotony, but
monotony.
And I was bloody well winning, and then I don't know what the Australian versions would be, but I had Mayfair and Park Lane, and I fell on both of them, and it's just waiting. And next thing you know, there's a phone call, and my brother's been born. And it's like,
oh, who cares? You're about to win that game of Monopoly. What a man!
Yeah,
priorities, right?
How rude.
The boys and girls have got 10 fingers, a toe, and a dick. That's enough.
I've got a quick question. Angry. The story you were saying about what was it? Can you being overheard with loud sex noises? Was the lady that you were with? Did that turn out to be Mrs. Angry?
No. Oh Christ! This was like 30 years ago. I don't want to say that there's been a lot of water under the bridge, but there's been several vaginas involved since then.
Okay.
No, I'd still say the worst one for the loud.
People are, by the way.
AZ actually knows these people, so there you go.
No, the worst one for loud sex was my
two of them.
my girlfriend and I thought that we had the house to ourselves for the night. And so we weren't trying to do the stealth sex thing. We're just having a great time. And in that great time, of course, we did not hear my dad and his partner arrive home. And so we're just in the bedroom, just doing our thing and making all of the noise in the living free world. And all of a sudden, my dad's ex, she didn't so much come up and politely knock at a door ever. She never came up and just kind of went tap, tap, tap. She did a cop knock, as what I call it, where they come up and they go bang, bang, bang. So she's come up to the bedroom door, bang, bang, bang. We're trying to get some sleep out here, we were just.
Oh my God!
That was the end of it. That was just the end of all proceedings, right there.
It's it can be a bit awkward when someone complains about the noise, hearing you having sex.
Yeah, Oh, I remember again. I'm thinking of college days again. Az, you'd remember Shona, I think, but one of my girlfriends. And her younger brother stayed with us for a while. Like my girlfriend, her younger brother stayed with us for a while, and he just said to me, he was a couple years younger, so I guess he was about 16, 17. And I came like in the kitchen one day, and he went, "Hey, you know that thing you do with playing music doesn't work."
Oh wow! No, if you want to have a fun one, have a brother like mine with the frontal lobe brain damage and the complete emotional disregard that comes with that. Many moons ago, I was still in my teens at this point. My girlfriend and I were having some fun. And the waterbed that I owned at the time was getting a bit too warm for the proceedings. So we had moved down to the floor and doing our thing. My brother decided that he wanted to have a cigarette, but he was out of smokes. So, of course, he needed to get one from me. Now, this is what actually made us get locks on the doors at our house. Because my brother, not caring at all, has opened my bedroom door, has stepped over me and my girlfriend to get to my packet of smokes. He's taken one out, turn around, step back over my girlfriend and I, is just about to walk out the door, turns around, sticks his head in and goes, "Get into a bras," and then closes the door.
That is very good.
I have never forgiven him.
On the job twice with a young lady. The first time he said to my mum, he said to her, "Are you hurting him?" Because she was on rest. And then he said to my mum, "Yeah, Azzy's naked. Azzy's wrestling with a young lady and they're naked. It's strange." And mum comes storming up. I've of course gone, "Get dressed immediately." Anyway, years later, again, me and the young lady involved think we've got the house to ourselves, and we've got the common decency to shut the door. This is years later, and I think my bro was not living with us at the time. He was no, he was the youngest bro was living with us, but he was out with his girlfriend doing much the same thing. They're married now, 2 kids, which I thought was a shame because she'd never marry the first chick he root. Anyway, basically we're doing the thing. She's having fun. I'm having fun. And she started the opera. And my mum's come up and tapped on the door gently and says, "Would you like a cup of coffee soon?" And I'm like,
Oh goodness!
I remember when I was a child spoiling the fun time. I didn't realize it. What happened was I think I was probably about 8 or something like that,
right.
And I was woken up by weird noises in the night, and I couldn't go to sleep. So I went into my parents' bedroom. I was knocked first, and then next thing you know, I'm saying, "Can I come and sleep with you?" And of course they're like, "Do you have to?" Yeah. I didn't realize it until much later because I didn't know what sex was,
No, of course not.
Sex was where babies came from. I didn't know what that meant either.
There's a guy that you're going to meet at my LAN, Abigail, a guy by the name of Paul, who's actually an expat from America, and he grew up in an incredibly religious household. So these sorts of things for him take on a whole new meaning of, careful type thing. His now ex-wife, but at the time girlfriend, was over in America visiting. And at one point there, they'd gotten some time alone in his bedroom, so they were doing their thing. And, without trying to go into too much detail, basically she was giving him a blowjob there at one point. And basically, as he has completed, as it were, the door of his bedroom has flung open with his dad there. Right now, his girlfriend at that point had just enough time to kind of before he came in, had just enough time to kind of poke her head up through the blankets. So they're lying there, they're both wearing blankets, but Paul was still wearing his shirt. And his dad, the story goes from Paul, his dad looked at him and just went, "Paul, yes, Dad, are you wearing pants?" And he goes, and Paul's like, "The problem is my dad always knew if I was lying. It didn't matter. I could tell the tiniest of little white lies and he would know. So I could not lie to him." And he turned around to me, "Paul, are you wearing pants?" And he went, "No." And his dad turned around and said, "Paul, are you wearing underwear?" And Paul just looked at him and just went, "Perhaps." And his dad was just like, "You two play nice." And he's turned around and closed the door. His then girlfriend has basically swallowed, looked at him and just gone, "Perhaps." Is that all you had to say?
It's
the best thing in the world is to turn around to him just at random intervals. So when you meet him, Abigail, I swear to you, it'll be hilarious if you do it. Don't even say hello. Yeah. Don't even go up and go, "Hi, I'm Abigail." Just look at him dead in the eyes and just go, "Perhaps." He is going to absolutely lose it.
You'll have to point him out. You'll have to point him out.
He's tall, he's loud, he's American. Trust me, you'll know.
Hey, what's that mean?
Yeah.
Tall, loud American. The tall, loud American guy. I'm just going to go up to him and say, "Perhaps."
Yeah, do it. Oh my God, please do it. And let me know before you do.
I will.
I want to film this because we're not going to be able to breathe. Everybody that is around him knows this story, and everybody is not going to be able to breathe, and it's going to be great.
Okay. Sure. I'm looking forward to it. Love a good prank.
Not as much as me. No, it's he and I we met when I was working at Decomp, and they randomly put me at a store with him, and we immediately knew that we were going to get along because Total Recall was playing on all of the computer monitors inside of the store, and I was there quoting along with the movie because I'd seen it a million times.
Good night, Kirsten.
Nice.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night, Kirsten.
Yeah, so I'm there and I'm just quoting along with the movie, and Paul's just like, "You like Total Recall?" I'm like, "Look, I like any kind of cheesy 90s action sci-fi type thing." And he's turned around and just gone, "We're going to get along great." And that's, so we've been mates from then on. But our friendship has kind of evolved into this, what is it that we can do that is going to embarrass each other the most, straight away?
Nice.
It is just an ongoing war of attrition, and it's so much fun.
Cool.
So,
actually, that reminds me of the story of I was at PAX, and I was dating someone at the time, and she was also dating this guy who lived in Brisbane, and he came down as well. So, and it was the first time I've ever met him. I was really looking forward to it, and she told me the story. The first time they hooked up, she wanted his number, but they didn't have a pen or anything, so he gave her a business card. After they hooked up. And so the first thing I did when I met him was ask for his business card, and then I turned around, "I got the business card."
Oh, that is absolutely brilliant. I love that.
Yeah.
You were talking about Total Recall, Arnold Schwarzenegger, right?
Yeah.
Good.
Get your ass to Mars.
Yeah, but you know when you got a Staffordshire Bull Terrier or something of that kind of dog, and when they've got those sort of rope things that you can pull with them.
Oh yeah, play tug of war with them. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Well, have you ever noticed that, that sort of kind of noise is exactly what Arnold Schwarzenegger does in fight scenes?
Yeah.
He sounds like a dog with a ropey bone.
I'd never thought of that until right about now, but I don't think I won't be able to unhear that now.
It's the same sort of noise I make.
Hey, Grasshopper, are you flooded at the moment?
Grasshopper, are you what at the moment? Sorry, Suffer?
Flood. Are you affected by the floods, the Sydney floods?
Oh, no, thankfully. So some of the roads around my area have been or were shut off because the roads were flooded, but that's because where I live, we aren't connected to mains sewage. Everybody around here uses septic tanks. So there's no stormwater drains for the water to go down, so it just kind of sits there over the road. So we had that to deal with, but no, the places that are really bad, it will, like, if it's good traffic and at 100 kilometers an hour nonstop, it'll take you about 50 minutes to drive there from my house. So it's actually in an area that my wife and I lived in for about 6 years before we moved to our current place, actually. So yeah, nice. That was that was kind of interesting. But thankfully we're nice and safe. So
that's 62 freedom.
Another question just for you, Grasshopper. Have you got your Dine and Discover vouchers that are only for us New South Wales residents?
Wait, what, sorry?
The Dine and Discover voucher, Gladys Berejiklian's given us 4 $25 vouchers for every New South Wales
that's right. Yeah, if you do it through Service New South Wales or something, yeah.
Yeah.
No, well, I haven't gotten that, so.
I've got mine. I've got to go to the movies, so 2 free tickets on Gladys and 2 free dinners, so I'm pretty happy.
So I getting a movie trip on Gladys Berejiklian. Nice.
So she is good for something then.
Goddess.
Yeah.
Other than drowning. Fucking, she's not shit at all.
No. She's corrupt and awful and terrible.
She is shit. And probably a criminal.
Okay, hang on just 1 second. My wife's just opened up my door to ask me something. Give me 1 second, guys.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Doggos come in as well, so that's all right.
Which is cute.
I realize I'm still trying to strain this string, and it's like not even.
Oh man, that's gonna take you a week.
It's all right. I might shoot it tomorrow because I just plan on getting really drunk, and it'll be a really interesting edit in the video if the first 3 segments of the video I'm more or less completely sober, and then the 4th segment I'm absolutely shit-faced and go, "Hey, motherfuckers, this is ready now." Okay.
We add this ingredient, and he cuts back to you like, "So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna."
So, Grasshopper, while your lovely wife is there, just say hello for me, and just tell her to get ready because in a week I'm gonna be there, knocking her socks off. So.
Well, she's already walked away to go. She's already walked away to go to bed. But
okay.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll let her know that you say hello and that you she's actually really looking forward to meeting you as well. So
me too. Yeah.
No. So this should be really, really good.
Yeah.
Why is no one looking forward to meeting me? Really?
I'm drinking beer from up
I
Fieldy's
hope I can meet all of you one day.
I bumped into you once, AT. Before you knew me, I saw you wheeling your bike through Flinders Street Station.
No, I don't. I don't ride bikes.
This was over a decade ago.
No. I don't. I have never ridden a bike in Melbourne.
Ever?
No, never.
You sure? I saw you wheeling a bike.
I promise you, I have never ever I have never ridden a bike in Melbourne.
But have you also had some memory loss?
And have you stolen bikes? Have you stolen bikes?
That was
because I swear I saw you wheeling a bike through Flinders Street many years ago.
I understand that you might think that. But I promise you from the bottom of my heart, I have never, ever ridden a bike in Melbourne because I always used to take trams. You can't take a bike on a tram. I never have had a bike in Melbourne. I have.
Can't take a bike on a tram.
You can't take bikes in taxis.
They're too small.
Basically,
You can take
couldn't
bikes
use the
on country
train
trains.
system because I lived in Brunswick. And then the only time I've started to use the train system is when I was homeless, and now that I live between a tram line and a train line, and the train line is often more convenient to get me to the city. The tram line is convenient to get me to the.
Well, this was around the same time that Angry started making videos without his mask.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I was actually
double
not
ganger.
in the place to ride bikes at that point because I had no scrotum, and my
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at that.
No,
no, laugh at his lack of a scrotum, by all
my
means.
fucking carer read The Invisibles, and in there they cut the testicles off young boys and said smooth between the mind and smooth between the legs. And he used to fucking whisper this to me as we were walking places when I had fucking before I had my reconstruction. The motherfucker.
Okay.
Did you
well, I must have seen your identical twin then, because spitting image.
Comics had a big old laugh because in The Age, is The Age. What's the Melbourne one?
The Age, yeah.
Yeah, The Age.
Sun? The Age, yeah. In The Age, they had the face of Jesus, and it was me. And everyone said, "Fuck me, Calais."
Oh yeah, no, that's real. It's this computer-generated reconstruction of what they think Jesus, like a Middle Eastern person, would have looked like, and it's fucking AIDS. I'm not joking. They did this a few years ago. This computer generated. This is what Jesus would have looked like because this is what a Middle Eastern man, and it's AIDS. It is fucking AIDS.
And this is why AIDS's never died yet. He just keeps coming back.
Yep.
Shut up.
Lord. Should we call AIDS our Lord?
Oh yeah.
Can't take a bike on it.
However, without the scrotum, maybe we should call him Ken.
Quiet about
No
AD
one
for
would
what it's
ride
worth,
the tram
mate.
out here if they couldn't put a bike on it, because everyone out here rides a bike.
Hey.
Like I just found it and I'm going to share it because I'm not fucking joking.
Sharing time.
Look, fucking look at this.
It's easy.
It's fucking 80.
He's a time traveler.
He's Jesus. He's Jesus. That's absolutely wild. That's
and the
so
thing is, at the time,
I don't see it.
Roughly,
I honestly don't see it. But
I see it.
yeah,
I see it.
and
It's
in summertime, not these days because I don't let the sun get on me because it's bad for me. But in summertime, I go really black.
Sun is bad.
And everyone said, "Christ, it's hazy." Or Christ is hazy, and I was going around going, "It's all good. It's all good. You're blessed." Yeah, I blessed the crowd at the fucking Beaconsfield hotel. No, it's not called the Beaconsfield Hotel. Is it called the Beaconsfield Hotel?
I
don't
know
mind the boats collapse.
The what? It doesn't matter.
The famous people blessing it. Hey, get your esky.
Is it where Beaconsfield where the mines collapsed?
Where the mines collapsed?
the mines.
Oh no, yeah,
Beaconsfield,
that's
yeah.
Tasmania, but I don't go to Tasmania because of principle, and it's also where the FA-18s bomb.
And where they have the two beds.
Tasmania.
Beaconsfield Hotel. was a massive comedy venue in the 90s and noughties. Then GST came in and killed comedy in Australia because comedy was a drugs front for laundering money, and all the money went out and people stopped going. People stopped getting paid anyway, which sucked. People stopped doing their apprenticeship because they weren't getting paid during their apprenticeship, and now you get a lot of comics in Australia that suck. You get a lot of comics who go from YouTube to TV, and YouTube and TV are two very different beasts. Different beasts.
Yep.
And so they go, yeah, I could do TV. Oh, if I could do YouTube. And then they get in a TV studio, and it's a different world. There's 100 people on the floor, all fucking vying for a reason to show that they're doing their job. And something that takes 5 minutes now takes 8 hours. Very tiring. And you've got to say the same joke maybe 150 times, like it's the first time you've said it. It's like the first time you thought of it. And you start to admire these people on TV that can sort of do a half-decent job. And you start to admire people on fucking soapies who get maybe 4 goes at getting it right. Say your lines and don't bump into the fucking furniture is what they're told. It comes out all wooden and shit, but they have no time at all. They've just got to fucking get it done.
Yeah.
A friend of mine was one of the blonde, beautiful chicks on not Home and Away, fucking Families Next Door, Neighbours, and she was doing a by the pool scene in her bikini, and it was winter in Melbourne, and fuck me,
that's acting.
They're doing this scene. It starts to rain. It's fucking 7 degrees.
That's pretty typical.
She said her nips were showing because it was so fucking cold. And the director says, "Oh no, stay here. I've got the rain radar on. The rain will be gone in 10 minutes." And so everyone stayed in place, pissing rain. And she's like sitting on the side of the pool going, "I'm sexy," with her strange, you know how women have got to put themselves into strange angles to look sexy. Leg up fucking here and then back twisted and then head, So they wait for the rain to stop. They get a hairdryer out. They dry her fucking skin that can be seen, leaving her back wet and cold. Dry her hair, leaving her back wet and cold, and do the rest of the scene, which takes an hour. And then they basically let her go in the house and shower. The people who owned the house said, "Christ's sake, woman, have a shower." And she was like shivering cold, freezing. They thought that she'd done such a fucking, hardcore trooper's job that they gave her a bonus. They gave her $150 bonus.
Yeah.
That's all right.
And I'll
Wow.
no,
That's
no,
a pretty
no,
solid
I
bonus.
must leave for the night, so I will see you all later. Bye bye.
Have a good one.
Hey, can I share some cool news for me?
Yeah. I'm going to. So.
Oh, good night,
to everyone.
See you later, mate.
I was just waiting for Easy to breathe. Night all, guys.
See you, mate.
Bye.
So my news is that yesterday I had my first assessment with the new transgender gender identity clinic.
Oh, excellent.
Cool.
Wow.
Well done. How'd it go?
It went really, really well.
That's awesome.
There's a difference because the one that I'm going to, it's a pilot program. So instead of having specialist centres, it's like primary care instead. So to the equivalent, you go to your doctors, or you'd go to see the nurse who does, let's say you've got a weight problem. So they're the hygienist, not hygienist. What do you call it? Dietitian. And so so rather than having to stick you on a waiting list and wait forever to go to a specialist centre, it's this much quicker system. And they've dealt with over 150 people since December.
Wow.
Which is amazing when you consider that the worst one in
Especially
the UK. Yeah, the worst one in the UK is Exeter. And their waiting list is will probably be round about the 2040s before they get through the current list.
Damn.
Because someone did a Freedom of Information Act, and they asked between November 2018 and November 2020, and of course, bear in mind that it was shut for most of the time from about March, yeah, it was when it happened, when lockdown first came down. So they still were open for 4 months, but they saw 2 people in 4 months.
Yeah,
it's just crazy.
Yeah.
You know, but like I say, they're going straight through. So generally, it was like, what would you like? The traditional ones, they still have a sort of a legacy mentality from when it was being transgendered was still classed as a mental illness or mental disorder or whatever. So they still have like legacy attitudes and a system that is based somewhat around that.
And it's all from the DSM, or do you use the DSM in the UK?
No, we have a different thing, but you know, it's similar, similar kind of thing.
There are like 3 countries in the world that use the DSM: the US, Australia, and some country in Africa. It's so weird. But everyone else uses the World Health Organization book for it.
But the DSM and the World Organization book are not actually very dissimilar. They do differ on some fairly key things, but not a lot. They're fairly similar, and they are both evidence-based.
Well,
okay.
So in traditional,
anyway, sorry, go on.
Yeah, so the traditional kind of one is you go there and you have to sort of justify why they should help you effectively. I mean, that's a bit of a short version of it, but that's largely around it. Whereas the new one that I'm going to is, how can we help you achieve your gender goals?
And that's the thing about the DSM, is that they actually turn around and say, righto, this is a thing that you're feeling. How long have you felt that? And well, this makes sense to me. You're not hurting yourself, are you? You're not going to hurt yourself, are you? How can we help you achieve what you want to achieve? Was that your experience, Dr. Abigail?
Yes, but with like a bunch of outdated terminology. And it's kind of like the feeling that like they were the gatekeepers.
Yeah,
like the medical.
A lot of that's changed.
Yeah,
it's been over 10 years since I transitioned, so I have no idea what it's like now.
Yeah,
but back then, and it was old doctors who, to their credit, they had been doing this kind of stuff for decades, but they started doing it in the 70s and 80s.
When it was all disease models.
And it was like outdated and like in some cases actually harmful.
I mean, at one point the DSM included, being black as a mental disorder, basically.
That's right.
It's fun. And also, I just want to join to on Mike, Earth Crow.
Hello, Earth.
Hello.
Hello.
Yo, how's it going, bud?
I can be right. It's moving now. Yep.
It's all
Yay.
good. It's all good.
Right, I can be heard. Right, yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes,
you can.
It's all good, man.
Right, yeah. It's the first time I've done this, so.
Just fucking
welcome.
We've
got an angry bunch virgin.
Lots of lube helps.
Yeah, just wondering. We can hear a bit of an accent there, Earth. Just wondering whereabouts you hail from.
Me, just Australia, mate.
Oh, okay.
You sound like you're regional Australia.
I grew my childhood was both Sydney and country at the same time, so it's a bit mixed.
Okay,
fair enough.
Fair enough.
And
Fair enough.
Yeah,
We
and I
call
spent
that,
some years in regional Queensland as well.
not a thing that is often found in Australia anymore, much to my chagrin. Do you know they let black people in now? Oh,
Yeah,
science, they do.
It's a shock. The thing is, like, I never knew that I really spoke differently until, like, some people in Sydney went into this thing and someone asked me what I did. And to me, I said, I took a train to Sydney and I rode a ferry. But they started laughing because I had a drawl, so it sounded like I said I rode a ferry.
And my friend, that's a good party when you get to ride a ferry.
When you get to ride a ferry, my friend. You know,
it's just a good party. That's all we're saying.
When you get to ride me, you'll go, that's something to put in the diary.
I'll just bring Charlene on, my Charlene character. She speaks like this, you know. She's really gorgeous.
Look, I just throw Earthcrow and I have been like internet friends for quite a while, and I'm very aware of Charlene and Charlene's proclivities for harassing conservative right wingers. It's pretty goddamn funny, quite honestly.
Awesome.
I sent a video to some American politician once, but I never got a response.
Oh. It's always disappointing when you send videos to American politicians. You know, I've sent one just with my cock hanging out saying, hello, I'm going to kill you. You know, the cuts on my cock are going to be on your eyes. And for some reason, I got visited by ASIO.
I can't think why.
Look, okay, here's a real thing, because like in the 70s, I used to read Mad magazine, like a parody comic, right? And they had this thing that, because I was a kid, I did not understand. They had a thing with, they were talking about politics in Washington, and there's a game called Chase the Page around the table. It's basically an intern to a congressperson or a senator's office. Was called a page, and in the 70s it was so widely known that conservative politicians were fucking their young male interns, that it was a joke in Mad magazine. And because I was a young Australian, I didn't fucking get it. I thought, what is that? And they had this thing of a fat middle-aged politician chasing a young handsome man around a table, and it was like, it was an open secret in American politics in the fucking 70s that the conservative politicians were fucking their interns who were male, and it was just like, Jesus. It's like 10 years later I understood what Mad was saying, and it was just like, it was so fucked up.
But see, it's a bit unfair because I have a wide stance. Right?
You have oh my God, do you remember the wide stance line? Okay, for anyone who doesn't get it, there was this conservative, homophobic Republican who got caught out trying to get someone to give him a blowjob in an airport toilet. And what he did is this thing that you do that when you're in the cubicle, you reach, and American public toilets are fucking weird. They have really high gaps between the cubicles and whatnot. And what you do is you push your foot through to the next cubicle and tap the foot of the person in the next cubicle, which means if you're up for it, I want some oral. And this dude, who was a conservative, homophobic Republican, got busted because the person he tapped foots with was a cop in the next thing. And his defense was, when I sit on a toilet, I have a wide stance. And it was just like, dude, you like dick. Just say. Yes, thank you.
I once did this. One Charlene video I made was for Fraser Anning. And I sent it to him.
Yes, I bet.
I had a little private message exchange between each other on Facebook, but then I mentioned my Jewish outline, and he just stopped talking to me. So then I made.
Coward.
So then I made the Charlene video, and when I put up the flag, the first flag I put up is actually the Nazi flag. And I started the rubbers on it. And I shoved the flag away. Then I bring up the Australian flag.
Oh God!
You did respond to me.
Sorry, you need to follow Earth. Make friends with Earth One, dude. All your different accounts on Facebook. I just love seeing your different accounts going. Charlene's on 30-day Facebook prison, and Earth, and then what do you? Oh no, Earth Waratahs on 30 days Facebook prison. Because I went baiting right wingers, and it's so fucking funny.
When I first moved to Melbourne, I was so desperate to get into the comedy scene that I hooked up with Senior Comics, and I won't say who they are because they're on telly, but they were on telly. And we were talking about it and said it'd be funny to infiltrate the Nazis, and I went, I am fucking bang up for that. And I had a short haircut and a German grey coat. And the Nazis lived out at Naylor. Or was it it was out Preston Way. And I trained it out there early in the morning. And they were late. But their shop had barbed wire on the window up the top, and they had fucking steel plating for glass window shop front because they're Nazis. Anyway, the Nazi came in with his carton of milk for the day, and I've come into the bookstore and talked to him about the problem. And back then, the problem, I mean, you can tell how old this is. Back then, the problem was the Vietnamese.
God, that's fucking 70s. Jesus.
No. This was the
80s.
90s. 96 it was.
Okay.
96. End of 96. And I was talking to him about the problem. And I had to buy a couple of books to make myself ingratiated. Anyway, as it was, the project fell apart because the guy I was doing it with said, the Nazis are too easy a target. And I've gone, thanks. I fucking walked into the Nazi fucking headquarters on my own. And I fucking dropped the can. Basically, this guy had the Southern Cross going, had the Australian flag going, and had a swastika flag going. And I said, good to see that you've got the flag of the old country. Is it okay to display these days? And he's turned around and gone, oh, shit, that was from last night's meeting. I better get rid of that because otherwise we'll get busted because it's illegal. And it is fucking illegal in Australia to show a swastika flag. It is fucking illegal.
It's not so much, we'll get in trouble, but it's not, people are talking about introducing an actual law that you get prosecuted for displaying a swastika. And also, Justin, I haven't seen you on the stream for ages, buddy. Hey, I just looked it up. AD Romper Stomper was 92. And I saw Romper Stomper, one of Rusty Crowe's very early films, which is an incredible film. Definitely watch it.
Amazing film.
It really moved me. I didn't move to Melbourne till like 98. And at some point, I rewatched Romper Stomper and went, "Oh, that's set in Footscray. Oh, the Nazis think they're going to stop the Vietnamese influx into Footscray. Well, you fucking failed there, brothers. You fucking failed right there." It's like, oh my God. And my favorite joke about Footscray, because I lived in Footscray for a few years. For those who don't know, Footscray is the inner west of Melbourne. It had a very big Italian influx post-World War II, which was fuel for the racists and whatnot. Like the independent supermarkets in Footscray still have a specialty Italian section where it has produce that you can't get in any other supermarket, which is amazing. But in
any Aussie remembers the Franco Cozzo ads.
Franco Cozzo in Grande Sal.
Megalo.
Jesus, Franco Cozzo furniture is so cheap. But I met Franco Cozzo once, and I have photos. I was just taking pictures of the Franco Cozzo mural on the side of his fridge, and he was there washing a car, and I walked up and said, "Excuse me, sir, are you Franco Cozzo?" And I said, and he said, "Yes," and he was the nicest guy. And I said, "My friend, you are a fucking icon of Melbourne. Can we take a couple of photos?" And he was the nicest. And so I have these photos. There's this great Franco Cozzo mural on the side of with him doing and he actually posed under the mural for me, doing the same pose. And that is the most Melbourne moment of my entire fucking life, meeting Franco Cozzo outside the Franco Cozzo furniture shop. But anyway, that's aside.
Nice.
The central element in the movie Romper Stomper is the neo-Nazis in the 80s trying to stop the Vietnamese influx, which they totally failed at. You losers. But my favorite thing about Footscray now is because in the last 10 years, there's been quite an influx of African migrants and refugees into
Sudanese,
Footscray. And I think the people who are most happy about the influx of Sudanese are the Vietnamese people who arrived in the 70s and 80s, because they get to sit out the front of their shops with their arms folded going, "You know what? Footscray was okay until all these Africans got here."
Fucking black.
It's all about the African gangs now, isn't it? It's all of Melbourne is too scary to go to because
aren't a thing.
No. And that was my favorite thing about the last state election in Victoria, when the LNP got a fucking caning, because their whole campaign was African gangs. Melburnians are scared to go out. And everyone in Melbourne went, "No, I'm not.
No, I'm not.
I'm actually not." And
scary.
Absolute caning.
And basically say, "Boys, come on, hey," and they do.
It's not like there aren't crimes that involve African youth, but crimes involve youth of all nations. And but the idea, like Peter Dutton kept saying at the federal level, people in Melbourne are scared to leave their house, and people in Melbourne went, "No, I'm not."
Sorry, is it just me, or does anybody else love the nickname Potato Head Dutton?
He's a fucking potato. He's
a racist potato. That's what I call him, the racist potato.
Even the more conservative people.
Unfortunately, he's probably not gammony enough, Mr. Potato Head, for some of these people. I don't know if this is a phrase that. I don't know if it's a phrase that's hit Australia, but we, gammon is describing sort of middle-aged angry men with red faces.
Yep. No, Laura, he is absolute gammon. Dutton is absolute gammon, but it's not really a term used in Australia. Everyone calls him Potato Head because he's featureless. It's a fucking potato with a couple of little holes for his eyes and whatnot. He's Dutton is horrific. Dutton is
what was the last
horrific.
racist thing?
There's a very good photo of Peter Dutton.
Can't keep up with him.
Where, you know how we're standing underneath,
coming out of the shadows.
Coming out of the shadows, yeah. And he's got it's his eyes or something.
Yeah.
I think my favorite Australian one was this picture, which I thought was pretty hilarious. You'll have to share it, Angry.
Okay, I've got to share it. Okay, I'm at stream. Oh my god! Yes.
Oh yeah.
That's great fun.
Fucking Christopher Pine.
See you next Tuesday.
He actually looks evil. Like
I had the distinct displeasure. I had the distinct displeasure of meeting Christopher Pine once when he was education minister. And he was like, try to like shake hands and all of that, and he's come up and he's tried to shake my hand, and I've just looked at him, and the look was, I ain't touching that, and of course,
wow, I'm good. Step the fuck back. I mean, step the fuck back.
At least wasn't Scott Morrison and trying to force it.
I met Jimmy Barnes on yesterday.
Yes, he was doing a performance for a Michael Gudinski memorial in Melbourne. I saw that. Yeah, that's why he was hanging out. I
bumped into him. Yeah. So yeah, like I texted my mother, who, apart from me, was the only person in my family who would even know who he is. Oh, my brother might know. Yeah. Right. But like, yeah, it was. I walked past him twice, and he was just hanging out in this cafe. It was great.
He's actually a really nice guy.
He seems to be a nice person.
I was driving for a company, and he was the rock star, and the bus filled up pretty quick, and one of these fucking prima donnas said, "Oh, you've got to help me with my bags," and it was this fucking 2 satchels, and I'm going, okay, and Jimmy's in the front seat. Like, this is how much of a guy he is. He's in the front seat, and he's laughing. He says, "Don't worry, mate. I'll fucking drive while you go get a bug. Jump into a fuck off." And I fucking go on, puss. Because he is the nuts at the table, right? He is the senior fucking rocker. And this prima donna piece of shit's gone, go and get my bags. And he's just been shat on by Jimmy Barnes, and for the sake of the driver, the nobody, and all the rest of the bus is fucking just destroyed laughing. I've gone and got the bags and put them in, and I said, "Does that suit you?" And he says, "Don't be smart with me." And I'm going, okay. And then Jimmy has turned around and said, "Well, some cunt's got to be smarter than you, otherwise the fucking world would stop. Come on, Andrew." Fucking Jimmy Barnes has gone, "What are you doing now?" And I said, "Oh, I've got one more trip and then I'm done." And he says, "Well, fuck that. Come back to mine when you're finished." And I'm going, I could either get a beer or a root out of this. Either way.
Do it. Yeah.
And I've come back to his, and he says, "Oh, fuck, sorry, go get ice." And I've gone, got ice, and come back, and he said, "Now look, I'm straight edged, except for the pets, but there's some party favors here for everyone." And there was a few people in the room, and there were party favors for everyone, and I indulged because I'm an indulgent.
Yeah.
And I said, I feel a bit bad. Can I pay you? And he said, "Come on, for Christ's sake, you're the driver. You're getting fucked all. These people are getting fucked. Don't worry, it's on us." And I fucking went crazy and got on the piss and was talking to Jimmy. He can't talk about anything but music. That's his life. Music is his thing. He cannot do anything else. And of course, halfway through the night, he picks up her guitar and says, "Right, let's have a sing," and they're all jamming in Jimmy's room.
Is that Jimmy Barnes in the Screaming Cowboy?
Yes.
Is that actually?
I didn't know for about a year that was Jimmy Barnes. And then I finally looked at the music video and go, oh my God, the Screaming Cowboy is Jimmy Barnes. That is so weird. Also, I want to throw in early 80s, the Circus Animals tour, which is probably the peak for Cold Chisel. They came to Dubbo. I was still at high school in Dubbo. Wow. I managed to get backstage to Cold Chisel performing in Dubbo, and I snuck backstage, and someone said, "Okay, yeah, all these people fucking around backstage. Can you help us load some stuff in?" And I thought it would be go out to get amps or guitars or something. And someone basically said, "Put your arms out," and it was I had 2 slabs of beer and a couple of bottles of vodka balancing on top of it, and I had to take that back to the dressing room so they could get shit-faced before they performed in front of the people of Dubbo. And it was just, yes, perfect.
What Jimmy would do was down a half a bottle of scotch to tune his voice and scream and sing. And I've had people tell me the fucking real show is out the back before it starts. Because
my God,
of those guys acoustic going nuts. Because they acoustic, they get guitars and a piano and go nuts. Getting ready, and then they go out on show, and it's all perfectly amped up and mic'd up and beautiful. But the raw sound of Chisel is just
that would be something.
And somewhere in a box, I have a photo album because I was a photographer because my dad was a photographer, so I had a 35mm camera, and I'm backstage, and Ian Moss posed for a photo for me, and he's just wearing shorts. And he's got mud all over his chest because their car had got bogged and he had pushed it out. And I just took some pictures and I was showing it to my friends at school. And I'm about 17 at stage, and one of my female friends who's 16, 17 looks at this picture of Mossy just wearing shorts with mud sprayed against his chest going, and she's like, ah. And I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Oh, I wonder what that's about.
I've got this photo. Well, I used to have this photo when I was 16, taken with Dolly Parton, and I would say that I've got this photo, and people were saying, "Oh, have you or shit or something?" And there was this this woman who I was working with much, and she was talking about how much she likes Dolly Parton. I said, "Oh, I've got this photo with her. I was 16," and she didn't believe me and said, "Look, do you want me to bring it into work?" She said, "Yeah." So I bring it in. You know those cardboard cutouts you get your photo taken with? It was one of those. Oh, that was when I realized that she knew how to punch. My arm was I had a sore arm. She was like, I thought you meant the real Dolly Parton.
You know,
she's clocked you for posing next to a cutout. Oh dear.
Yeah, it was him.
When I was new in comedy in Melbourne, I happened to walk in on the back of the big hotel there in St Kilda. Can't remember its name, and the girls were changing, and I've gone, oh Jesus, and they said, oh, it's just you, Aidsy, you're right. And they were in various different states of undress, and one of them said, take a picture last one. We said, right, fucking righto. So I've taken out my phone and gone, fucking pose and say cheese. And they did. And
oh my God.
I found this photo years later and went, Christ, this is Melbourne female royalty, half naked, on my fucking phone. And years later, I saw one of the girls who's now quite famous in Melbourne. And she said, do you know what was funny? We talked about that photo about 6 months later, and we all agreed that you would never shop it around, sell it, or abuse it. And I went, yeah, I suppose I didn't, did I? And she said, no, we knew you wouldn't. which is why we all did it spontaneously because it's just it's easy to be right.
Yeah.
And
Aisley, for all his depravity, is a man of honor.
And then, right. And I fucked half of them. And and I said, but you do that for a lot of the guys. And I said, oh no. Most of those guys were fucking scumbags. There's a few, but nah. You, maybe one other. No. In fact, a lot of them would have been told to fuck off. But no, you were. And I said, I was like your brother, weren't they? And they said, oh no, we all wanted to fuck you. And I was going, talking. And they said, but you were different, and you became ambassador later, and we all knew you would. And I went, that's weird. I just thought I was a drug pig that fucking was like, a tryhard that was trying to make it like everyone else. And found out I had this nice guy reputation. And going, what the fuck is that? And I died twice. Shit happens. Sorry, Laura, you were trying to say something.
I was saying, speaking of what was the word you used? Scumbags. That was it.
Scumbag.
Are you familiar with who Priti Patel is?
Yes.
That name sounds familiar.
Fucking conservative MP.
Home Affairs Minister.
She's the home. Yeah, she's the Home Secretary. I've got a picture for it. I just share this because every time you look at photos of her, she almost has that kind of, that kind of face that some cats have where I could kill you right now. Or I could have you assassinated. Almost all the time you see, like it's almost like even when she's smiling,
down, doesn't she?
Yeah, even when she's smiling, it's like she's plotting something.
Yeah.
Look at this one. Look at that one. It's like, cheeky Richard, but I could have you killed.
Yeah, she's about to eat something innocent.
Yeah.
She's about to
and I've also got this, which is a meme I created yesterday, which I thought was funny.
You really been without more. Yes.
You did. 2021, the year you probably needed a vaccine passport to put your wheelie bin out. Fair enough. How is the vaccine passport going to work in Britain?
Oh, it's not. It's not. It's like,
not to put a too fine a point on it, but it's just not.
It's not. Yeah. And it's going to be like, oh, you'll just have to supply your paper. It's like, right, that people could forge things like that.
Yeah.
Look,
okay, I'm just going to make an attempt to shoot another video, so I'm switching my microphone off briefly.
Before you do, Angry.
Yeah.
The sickness has caught up with me. I'm going.
All right. So cool to see you, man. So cool to see you. Much love.
See you.
Good night, AD.
Hope you feel better soon, mate.
And
nice to see you.
Good funny chat with you.
Take it easy, AZ.
Has he been ill?
He'll take it any way he can.
Yeah. Has AD been sick? I don't know. You joined later.
The AD is always sick.
Well, yeah, but
unfortunately,
more sicker than normal.
I think so. Yeah.
We're talking about photos of politicians.
He hasn't been on in a bit.
What's your reaction to that?
What's your
Joe Biden?
Just standing there.
That's a Joe Biden cough, Luke.
Cool.
If you want to see a photo of a politician,
oh my God. Well, I mean, he's a creepy asshole, but he's better than the other guy.
Funnily enough, that reminds me of a story from 2016.
He's better than Donald Trump.
With the whole stuff with Confederate statues and stuff, and it's like maybe we should change some things. And so an elementary school in Texas were kind of polling for what should we rename ourselves, because being the General Robert E. Lee School, elementary school, doesn't really swell so very well anymore. And so people had some ideas, Drew Brees Elementary, American football player, Bruce Lee Elementary, John Cena Elementary, of course, Schoolie McSchoolface. Then of course, we with it being 2016, and it's like the Donald J. Trump Elementary School. And then another suggestion was the Adolf Hitler School for Friendship and Tolerance. It's like,
we've got some photos of our politicians, Laura, and they're like our standing Attorney General doing cash. Oh, there's some photos of her. She looks like one of those strange dinosaurs with the claws sticking out. She's got some really interesting captures by film.
Unfortunately, I can't show it because Angry's busy, but I got a sort of a meme picture, and it's that what happened to what really happened to the dinosaurs? Velociraptor.
Oh God! Oh.
I was just thinking that
that was the most British joke I've ever heard.
Before, Laura, that photo you put up. Here's a photo that reminds me of that face.
Yeah.
It's got that same look. It's got that same look as that woman. I'm going to kill you.
There's a photo of. Does everyone remember the? Was it Hurricane Katrina that flooded Saint Louis?
Yep.
New Orleans.
New Orleans. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's like a picture of a cat swimming in the water, and I remember it at the time because there's tons of pictures and videos of dogs being rescued, and just this cat with the grumpiest expression ever, just fucking swimming and hating every bit of it, but fucked if I'm gonna let someone rescue me. And that cat is my Patronus. Seriously, every time I'm out and my pain is flaring up and I just have to do the thing, I am that cat.
I was about to say, if there was ever a spirit animal for Abigail, it's that cat.
Yep.
Good.
I don't use the term spirit animal because it's a bit appropriation-y. That's why I use Patronus.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Man.
Just thinking, AZ talking about getting a reputation for a nice guy. I've made some efforts to try and tarnish my nice guy reputation within the church. For instance, there's a memorial for somebody in our parish who's recently passed away, obviously being a memorial. Prior to just after that, we were having a bit of a chat before I went off to help with some property maintenance, and I said, I was very disappointed when Peter Dutton survived having COVID.
Yes,
I think a lot of us felt like that.
Yeah, I know quite a few people who were very disappointed when Donald J. Trump came out of it perfectly fine.
Yeah,
there was a bunch of people just going, so this is just proof positive that the universe sucks. So,
Donald Trump had access to medical care that most people don't. He had access to experimental drugs that if we got it, we would never have access to it. I mean, if he didn't have that treatment, I wonder what the end result would have been.
Well, I didn't want him to die from COVID because he needed to go to the election to lose. Because if he died, if he died, then he wouldn't have lost that message.
That is a good point. That is a very good point.
Yeah.
It is a valid point, yes.
Yeah.
People do vote for dead people. There was one election in the last in the election in the US, there was one congressional seat where the candidate had died from COVID, but he was elected anyway, and then his wife ran and won the seat.
So they still ran. There was a state election here, right?
No, that was the federal election in the US.
Yeah, it's still random. So here where I'm in the state of New South Wales, and in my electorate, the sitting Labor member, he had a heart attack and died on the morning of the election while he was jogging, and so in the electorate I was, we only got to vote for the upper house. We couldn't vote for the lower house. They had to postpone it so they could hold it again later on. The thing I thought was, oh shit. No, actually, I went to that story. I don't want that recorded.
Just on the fair enough. Just on the subject of me talking about regretting Peter Dutton surviving. This also might amuse you. The fact that half the people around the table actually agreed with me.
Yeah.
So, like there's a couple of people from the church going, oh, that's a bit of a risky thing. Very Christian of you. They're going, but I actually feel the same way. Fuck that guy.
It's one of the things that always confused me about the last federal election about the Libs winning, because like every single person that I talked to in and out of my social circle were just like, we didn't fucking vote Libs. Like, yeah, like
it's a fix.
Yeah, like I don't believe that the election was fixed, but sorry, what were you going to say, Abigail?
Preferences. There was a little bit of light electoral fraud and voter confusion on behalf of Peter Dutton in his seat. And luckily here in Australia, electoral fraud, fixing votes and all that is really difficult.
Yeah, I would actually take the side of the AEC most often. Was like during the 90s, I was heavily involved with party politics. I did quite a fair bit of all the booths and different positions and so on. But the one thing I've noticed now is that the attitude that people have, like this is the first time I've actually seen people wish like the Prime Minister would go for a swim and go find a
I love that.
And only in Australia. Only in Australia.
I've seen stuff through the years, but you get people who don't like politicians, but the contempt now is so strong. Where you hear people saying that, I've done memes about and status jokes about the single one-way ticket for the Harold Holt Memorial Submarine
swimming.
They go find Harold Holt or whatever.
I was out at a group event once, and they were like asking everybody at this round table type of event, like, what's your favorite aspect of living in Australia type thing, and people are coming out with all of the stereotypical answers. Oh, we've got some of the most beautiful landscapes, and I love the Aussie battle for the underdog type spirit and all of these sorts of different things. And when it came around to me, I was just like, I love living in a country where a prime minister goes for a swim, never comes back, so we name a pool after him. I love the fact that we are living in a country where we lost a war with birds twice.
Those Aussie bastards.
Yeah.
The Great Emu War.
So I've always said that no matter how I go, I want something ironically named after me, based on how I go. Like that is what I would like. If I get shot, I want a gun range named after me. If I drown in a swimming pool is obvious. If I get hit by a bus, name a bus after me. Like seriously.
It's sort of like
it's just so great.
Kerry Packer, who he had a heart attack and he got saved by somebody with a defibrillator. Nowadays, most of the people that have them, they refer to them as Packer whackers.
Literally, for those who don't know, Kerry Packer actually had a cardiac arrest at a football game, I think, and there was an ambulance there that had the paddles and brought him back to life. And after the fact, they told him, "Oh, most places don't have this," and he did actually pay for more of these to be out there because, look, in 9 out of 10 venues, you would have just died, motherfucker. But these paramedics had the paddles to bring you back, and he actually paid to have more of these out in the community. which doesn't make him less of a monster. Kerry Packer was a subhuman, inbred fucking monster.
Absolutely.
The question for me is, was Kerry Packer more of a cunt than Rupert Murdoch?
He was Kerry Packer was slightly less evil than Packer.
Yeah, different flavors of pure fucking evil, in my opinion.
You know, the weird thing, whenever I think of Murdoch, a phrase pops in my head, which is, you know, I wouldn't spit him, I wouldn't piss on him if he was on fire. But
that phrase comes to my mind.
But I would be tempted to beat the flames out with a shovel.
Yeah, I like that.
There is that phrase that said, I wouldn't piss on them if I was on fire, which I've never liked, because in my mind, what it is, literally the only time I wouldn't piss on them is if they were on fire. And it was like,
the irony.
Here's the thing, you're angry. Here's the thing, you know, you drink so much alcohol, you would just fan the flames.
Oh, yes. I like the
This
idea.
is a valid point.
I like the idea of my urine actually increasing the fire rather than decreasing it.
Does anybody else just have the mental of like Angry just walking around with a blowtorch in between his legs, just going hi?
No, I was thinking of squeezing his liver or something.
I just you see, I just had that little vision.
Walking up to Rupert Murdoch and just undoing his pants and taking the piss. Well, I could do that.
You know,
thoughts occurred to me. If say someone like Scummo was suffering a cardiac arrest in front of me, and I had the
that's not possible because that requires a heart.
Well, good point. But for the sake of the argument, it's a good point. But for the sake of the argument, let's say it was happening. I'd be really torn about whether to give a shit or not, and whether to actually do anything to help. Because on one hand, it's just fuck that guy, but on the other hand, what about the irony of one of the people he despises the most? You know, a person on a pension. You know,
or Brown.
Because he fucking hates us. They all do, the libs.
Yes.
So, you know, you imagine being saved by somebody who one of the people he has shat on from a great height. You know,
I don't know.
It's a tough call.
It's one of those things where, like, if I saw Scummo having a heart attack, I'd absolutely save him. But, like, it would be one of those things like I would kind of use the because you're going to get media attention over that. And I like the media wouldn't have me on there for very long because I'd be like, yeah, I saved him, but he's still a piece of shit. Like,
and that is a really good point, Grasshopper. If something like that happened and I saved him and then the media comes along, I'd go, well, how's that for irony? One of the people he shat on the most just saved him.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it was like the guy that headbutted Tony Abbott, the unsung Australian hero guy. You know, and yeah, Egg Boy, yeah.
And
no,
yeah.
The guy that headbutted Tony Abbott, I still love the media interview with him. In the uncut version of the media interview, they were like, did you headbutt him because you support same-sex marriage, or did you headbutt him because of this reason or that reason or whatever? And he turned around and he said, no, I've just always wanted to headbutt the cunt.
Yeah,
I wouldn't get another chance.
Can't fault that logic.
Yeah, pretty much.
He's gone, there's Tony Abbott. I'm going to headbutt him because I might not get another chance.
Yep.
The interesting thing is these scenarios, they sound an awful lot like the trolley problem.
Trolley problem?
Very.
I think I know the trolley problem.
I don't know the trolley problem.
I know
the trolley problem is there's a tram coming, and you've got the switch in front of you, and it's heading to a group of people. But if you pull the switch, it will only kill one person.
But you've directly killed that person.
Which is the moral one to do.
So usually it's heading towards like one person who has a lot of potential, or 4 people who are old and don't have as much potential.
Yeah,
that's one version. The version I've heard is just nondescript people. But of course, if you take no action, 4 people die. If you intervene, 1 person dies. Statistically, you go, all right, well, it's 1 person.
Yeah, but you're responsible for their death.
You are directly responsible for that 1 person being hit.
Yeah, I've heard that conundrum placed before, but I've never heard it referred to as the trolley problem.
The YouTube
because it comes from the like 1800s when there were trolley cars instead.
Right.
Vsauce did that in the series Minefield. Actually, they actually carried out they did a simulated rail thing. Obviously, not actual trains running actual people over, but they actually they did. I'm saying actual a lot. They did the experiment.
Actually, you are.
Now I'm having flashbacks. Now I'm having flashbacks to the Stargate thing where Ronan and Teal'c are fighting off all of the Gould, and Teal'c keeps on saying "indeed," and Rowan's like, "You say that a lot." I say, "What a lot?" "Indeed." I had not noticed.
I solved the trolley problem a few years ago, and it just came down to one word: DeLorean.
Yep. Is it just me, or does anybody else just want to own that car just for the sake of owning that kind of car?
Yeah.
That would be
Yeah.
You couldn't go anywhere in it, though. I mean, anyone who's seen those movies is just going to...
Yeah, that'd be all right. But to be honest, I would prefer to own a car that looks like Herbie. Herbie the Love Bug. I would prefer that.
You see, I'd paint it yellow because it'd be Bumblebee.
Bumblebee. Yep.
Bumblebee.
Mighty Car Mod's got a yellow VW Beetle, and they
stuck a bloody... they
massively
stuck a
overpowered engine, and then did like an 11-second pass down the quarter mile. They smoked a Porsche 911.
Dude, that car smoked a bloody V8 supercar down the quarter mile.
Which car?
So
the front wheels off the ground most of the trip.
the Mighty Car Mods crew got a Volkswagen Beetle, and they stuck a 6-cylinder Subaru motor, turbocharged Subaru motor, and shoehorned that into the fucking thing, and it was an absolute weapon.
They did
an absolute weapon. Oh yeah,
I wouldn't mind driving through, but I only do it in. I have to make sure it's fast to be one of those southern American states. That General Lee car and the Dukes of Hazzard. But where the
Confederate flag.
Yeah, you just put a big rainbow flag or something in that place.
I was about to say, I'd absolutely do the pride flag there. Yep,
totally.
Yeah, that was a '69 Dodge Charger, if I remember correctly.
Oh my god! That was one of my my favorite remakes of old movies. Was actually the new remake of The Dukes of Hazzard with Johnny Knoxville. There was some genuinely funny parts of that movie. They remade it with Johnny Knoxville and William Sean Scott, I think his name is. There's a couple of genuinely funny parts in that movie. It's worth watching just once.
Right, yeah. I'll be back in a tick.
Okay. Oh goodness! So remakes of old movies. Has anybody got a favorite?
No, I struggle with them. Because it's like, couldn't you think of anything new? I mean, I've got the opposite: awful remakes, like The Italian Job, which never went to Italy. It was in America, and the only relationship it had is they had 3 cars in the colours that were in the original movie. That was it.
Well, they called it The Italian Job because they did the original job in Italy.
Yeah, but
in the remake, I don't know about the original. I haven't seen it.
Oh, if they'd have made it, if they'd just made a movie and they called it a Heist or something like that, and there was a sort of a little jokey Easter egg by having the cars the same colours as a sort of homage to an old great movie, would have been fine. But it's like the only thing it shared was the name.
The one movie that a lot of people don't actually know is a remake of an older movie is Gone in 60 Seconds with Nicolas Cage.
I was about to mention that. I've got both copies.
Ron Howard actually got in the original Gone in 60
I haven't seen either.
I've got both of them. And I can kind of appreciate both movies, actually. But the chase scene in the original just... for me, is just a better sequence, better movie.
I've got the second one's got a special place in my heart because the Shelby GT 500, the name of the car is Eleanor, and that's my wife's name, so it's always got a special place for me.
The War of the Worlds, the Tom Cruise one, wasn't too bad.
That was pretty good.
It was a lot closer than it was to the book, although still
Did you guys know?
Although there was the hilarity of another film, another War of the Worlds that came out the same year. I may have mentioned it to you before, and there's a review of it on IMDb, and it's the funniest thing. Effectively, what you've got is some guy who decided they were going to make the original book style. So in terms of the historical effect, it's really
is this the Asylum production of it?
I don't know,
because they do a lot of that kind of thing.
Yeah, well, I don't think so. But anyway, so here's the review, and it's like Lord of the Rings, only with more walking, a lot more walking, and then some. I must admit, I burst out laughing when I saw one reviewer compare this to Lord of the Rings. Well, yes, if you exclude the dwarves, the cast of thousands, the great special effects, the big battles, the strong characterization, the decent plot, the good acting, the classy direction, and everything else, which leaves you with the walking. And boy, does this film do walking. If Mr. Piano, the director, had his way, this would probably be an uninterrupted 3 hours of hardcore walking through the Wisconsin countryside, but every 40 minutes or so, these pesky Martians pop up for a few seconds to interrupt him before he goes on for another bit of a ramble. You've never seen so much walking in a movie. If this really had a $20 million budget, most of it must have gone on Mr. Piano's shoes because he had to get through plenty of pairs due to all the walking that he does. Which explains why there's no money left for decent effects, a decent video camera, or proper actors. Honestly, it's like watching some bizarre fetish video with people with a thing for going on long walks in period costumes. Even on Fast Forward, this is a long walk. As for the sci-fi stuff, I think it was a mistake to put the Martians in the film. They only get in the way of the walking, which is clearly more interesting to the director than the story. I wonder how much Mr. Piano charges to walk dogs.
It reminds me
to
of the.
To be fair, there was a hell of a lot of walking in the book.
Yes.
It kind of reminds me of the Star Wars 1, 2, and 3. All of the really boring political scenes. For all of the other very valid criticisms of those movies, the most useless part was all of the politics of it all. It was just even the most hardcore ardent of Star Wars fans were just kind of like, no, just no, just stop it.
Counterpoint. I really enjoy the first movie, the first prequel, and if you watch so there's a YouTuber called Star Wars Theory, and if you watch he does a watch party of those movies, so you can watch along with him, and he just gives you a brand new appreciation of all three of those movies. Also, if you watch again YouTube, I think it's it's been so long since I've watched it, but Everything Great About is his whole shtick, and Everything Great About he does the three prequels. Again, newfound appreciation for them.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I was one of those people that actually didn't hate Jar Jar Binks with an avid passion. I thought that he was kind of, funny and not endearing, but just kind of funny. But so many people are just like, oh my God, he's an abomination. I'm like, he was, he filled his purpose, I guess. But yeah, I didn't really hate him.
I actually watched something called The People versus George Lucas. And it was people coming up with Jar Jar Binks, what an awful thing. And what I discovered in that, he effectively explained how he was making a film for kids of the time in the same way as back in the 70s, 80s, they were making it for a similar demographic. So, it's now I can look at it, more objectively and say, you know what, it's true. It's a little kid and it's and the silly character, and that appeals to kids. It makes sense now.
Even though his name is a bit of a swear word these days because of all of the stories that have come out about him, it's similar to Joss Whedon and Firefly, and why he refuses to.
Joe Sweden.
Joe Sweden.
Anyway, he refused to try and redo Firefly because he was like, no, the fan base has kind of taken it and given it a life of its own, and anything that I wanted to do with it or anything that I would attempt to do with it now, like everybody would just hate me for it. So no, like Serenity is it, and that's it. Like Firefly is now finished, and it's just like, oh, you know.
As you started speaking, I started laughing so much because, we're talking about Jar Jar Binks, and then you said, although he's got a really bad reputation, I'm thinking, what was he like, having sex with an underage kid or something? I mean,
yes, yes, he was. Yes, he was.
There's like having sex with kids is creepy enough, but Jar Jar Binks, I'm gonna have fucking nightmares now.
Yeah. No, I'm actually gonna bow out and end the stream because and I know this is unheard of, but I've been drinking too much, and I'm
what?
No. Yeah, you look like you're going to fall off the chair there, mate.
You do look like you were about to fall asleep before.
Oh, I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked.
Anybody would think that you're drunk the way that you're carrying on, Angry, and I mean that's just never heard of, you know.
I'll keep an eye on the Australian Geological Society's website to see if there's a sort of weird earthquakey thing going on in your part of the country.
Exactly. So the rest of you, if you want to, can hang out in the after party, but I'm going to end the stream because I am like fucked. And I am Saturday night. I'm probably going to be back, so we'll see. But you all take care, one and all. And
bye, everyone.